afternoon, my friends. I hope everybody's doing well. How's everybody doing today? I hope everybody's doing good. Yeah, we got a special one for you today. I figured since there was no court, and no recap, really, we could just kind of recap the rest of the week more or less, but we've already kind of done that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna bring a special guest on when he gets here. And then we're going to talk about it. I'm going to have Larry, the DUI guy, come up here, and Liz, 88, as always, gifting memberships. Thank you so much. All right. Thank you. Appreciate that. What's up, kindergarten cop Scott? My man. It's good to see you. So what was I going to say? Oh, yeah. So listen, before I forget, because I forgot last time. So Mizzy asked me to share this, and I totally forgot last time, and I feel like a dick. So for those of you who are local, and even if you're not, if you're willing to travel, because there is strength in numbers, there is going to be a standout in front of the Norfolk County DA's office. And that will be June 12th from 2 to 4 p.m. So in front of Michael Morrissey's office, June 12th, 2 to 4 p.m. And it will be a standout to protest the lack of investigation into the Officer John O'Keefe's death, Sandra Birchmore, Justin Root, and Trooper Enrique Delgado Garcia. So make sure to go there, show your support. All you got to do is stand there. That's it. That's all you got to do. Just stand there. So please make sure to do that if you can. It's 2 hours. That's it. And I promise you're going to meet some really cool people. Because all of those people are absolutely amazing. I miss every single one of them. And yeah. Yeah, I did time someone out for the day. Now I know I only have one mod in here right now, but I want to say that and I think all the mods are doing great. I'm really grateful, but just to avoid people being hidden who shouldn't be hidden, because I understand that accidents happen, or I understand that poor judgment may happen due to misinformation or anything like that. It's fine, but for the time being, please, mods, don't hide anyone. There's an option to time them out for 24 hours. So before you are quick to hide them from the channel permanently, just go ahead and time them out for 24 hours. I will make the judgment call for now of who will be hidden permanently from the channel or not. I would really appreciate that from you guys. It would mean a lot to me. And again, it's not that I don't trust your judgment. It's just that I just want to make sure that, supporters, good people are not being accidentally hidden or hidden under misunderstandings, circumstances of that nature and that sort of thing. So I'm going to be the person who decides who gets hidden, just to make sure that's no, Scott, you're good, man. Again, I don't even know who does it or did it or what. Like I said, I'm assuming it was an accident. Honestly, I'm assuming it was an accident. It's not that big a deal. It happens from time to time, but these accidents happen, and it's only in the last couple of years, if that YouTube is given the option to time people out for a certain period of time. And to me, 24 hours, as long as I can get through the stream at that time, that's good enough for me. You know, I've also had people change, see the light and change their ways. I've seen that happen. So, you know, I just for the time being, I would prefer to be the one, just so there's no, and nobody gets in trouble. There's no rifts between moderators or anything like that, and I'll make the hard decision of hiding someone permanently. But I do trust everyone's judgment. If you feel like somebody's being disruptive and they're not going to stop being disruptive, go ahead, time them out for 24 hours. And so yeah, if you're timed out, then you can't chat. No. Yeah, because if you're timed out, you're most likely being an asshole. And we don't do that here. So well, I do that. But yeah, I mean, but if you're disrupting the rest of the chat, if you're making it suck for everybody else who's in the chat, then yeah, that's not okay. We don't like that here. So but yeah, man, I'm really glad to be hanging out with you guys today. And hold on, I think I've got another misunderstanding going on here. Nothing bad, but I gotta make sure that someone here. Um okay. Um Yeah. So, yeah, and honestly, dude, I have no idea what. Listen, Larry Foreman, the DUI guy, is got to be one of my favorite people right now, and so what what I'm expecting to do is just raw dog this shit uh with my man when he gets up here, and then we'll you know, just talk about whatever comes to mind, because I mean, this case, there's a lot to talk about. So so yeah, we're just gonna kind of see where things take us. Um and look, man, and I realize, listen, since we're on the subject, like I realize, like, try to keep it, you know, try to keep the criticism of other channels that are friends of the channel to a minimum here too, man. Like, listen, I get it. I get that there are other channels that are like, listen, dude, you can't say this and you can't say that, you can't do this in my chat. I get it. And I get that I'm a lot more liberal in the true sense of the word. I'm a lot more liberal when it comes to things like that. But it doesn't mean that it's anything better or worse than the other channels. Like, you're still going to get great information from them, you know, and people run their channels how they feel comfortable running their channels, and they run their channels how they feel is best for their channels and for them and for their, you know, it is what it is. You walk in, somebody walks into your house, your rules. You know what I'm saying? Somebody asks you to take your shoes off, take your fucking shoes off, or don't go inside. You know what I mean? Doesn't mean that they're any, you know, that their house is any less hospitable than someone else's house. You know what I mean? Um, so yeah, I mean, you have First Amendment rights here, but you don't have First Amendment rights on YouTube, man. And you don't really have them here. Make no mistake, I'm a motherfucking dictator. I make the rules, and I change the rules on a whim if I decide to do that. So don't sit here and act like I'm Mr. Good Guy here and you can do whatever you want in Will's chat. You can do whatever you want in Will's chat as long as Will wants you to do whatever you want in Will's chat. But Will might decide at any given fucking moment you can't do that shit in his chat. It just is what it is. That's how this shit works. So, there's no reason to shit on other creators because they don't, they've bypassed that entire process. There's no need to do that. So yeah, don't make me out to be like, oh, the Glarus chat is better than this chat and blah blah blah. You don't know that. I might decide all of a sudden that it's not. I just might. That's the cool thing about having your own YouTube channel. You can do whatever the fuck you want. You can make the rules, you can change the rules, you can do whatever the fuck you want. So yeah. I don't know. I don't know like how else to put that for you guys. But I do hope that you're enjoying the chat and you continue to. I really do. And yes, that's a great way to put it right there. The more creators you have, the more perspectives you have. Yeah. Yeah, like, I mean, just because I'm going to have Larry the DUI guy on here, it doesn't mean that we're going to agree on every little thing, does it, Larry?
I don't agree with anything you say, Will. Whatever you just said, I disagree with.
Good. Hold on. We got to
What's
give
up,
you
buddy?
the proper. Not much, man. How you doing? Hold on. We got to give you the proper. There you go. So what's up, man? You going for a shut up. Oh my god, my sound effects are going crazy. You going for a stroll? What's going on here, man?
Yeah, I'm enjoying the heat that Auntie Bev has threw us all into since she won't let us in the courtroom.
Have you ever? Okay, I love that you're an attorney, and I can ask you this: have you ever had a hearing postponed or canceled over heat?
No, but I have had a trial cut short. We did openings. We picked a jury. We did openings. We did the cross-examination and direct examination of the cop. We did the direct and cross of my client, and the judge wanted to go for a smoke break. I'm not exaggerating. Smoke break. And he terminated proceedings for the day. And so we had to do closing arguments the following day. It was like a Friday, I think, morning. I don't remember. But basically, it was the only DUI trial I've ever had go longer than one day. Because I've had my longest trial started at 8:30 and we were out of there 9:30 p.m. It was a 13-hour trial, including everything, because there were a bunch of witnesses, and we had, by the time the jury came back with a verdict, it took a little bit.
Sound like a very long trial, though.
13 hours?
13 hours for a trial? Like
for
total?
A DUI? Yeah,
for a DUI. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. Sorry.
No, you're good.
It's the Glarer Institute of Law and stuff. We don't cover DUIs. We cover the big stuff, dude. Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
We don't. Right. Okay. See,
I feel you. No, for me, a DUI trial lasting 2 days is unheard of in Kentucky. Now, there are some states, like I have a DUI trial in California, and the prosecutor announced ready for that trial, and she said, Your Honor, we anticipate 5 days. And I said, 5 days for a DUI trial? Like, what is wrong with you? And apparently that's normal in California.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
I don't know. I have been lucky enough to have never gotten a DUI. I've beaten the DUIs like night before I even get charged, which is pretty amazing.
Oh, good for you.
Like roadside sobriety tests when I was absolutely hammered. Yeah, totally. Hey,
at least you can admit it. You know what I'm saying?
I don't have a lot of things to brag about, but that's one of my finer moments, sir.
Claim to fame. I beat a DUI, bro. Like, fuck that shit.
Totally. Dude was like, listen, man, it was something stupid. So, I mean, I feel like the cops were like just looking for people to nab on DUIs, right? And I was leaving like a little house party kind of thing. It wasn't even much of a house party, and it wasn't even that late. It was like 10 o'clock or something. And and I'm driving by, and there's a really, really illuminated golf course near where I was. Right. So what happened was I was driving this old Ford Ranger, and you know how the headlights, you pull this little knob instead of instead of hitting a button or whatever, or turning
Yeah.
you pull it,
Uh-huh.
right? And you
Yeah.
got to pull
Yeah.
it so it clicks twice. You got to pull it out all the way so your lights are on. Otherwise, just your hazards or whatever, not your hazards, but
I know what you
the
mean. Like it's like the emergency or whatever when you're
right.
stopped. Yeah.
Right. So all that was on, but my dash light was on too. So I didn't realize that my headlights weren't on, right? And
Uh-oh.
so cop pulls me over and he says, of course he's like, do you know why I pulled you over? I'm like, no. And he's like, your lights aren't on. I'm like, yes, they are. And then I go and I'm like, oh, you're right. Okay, they weren't on. Sorry about that.
Oops.
And
Yeah.
and then he's like,
Which is, by the way, a telltale sign indicator of intoxication. One of the most common signs that cops look for are cars with their headlights off, because it's intoxication causes you to like screw up. What is it? Attention divided tasks, right? So like
right.
you're to like, oh, I need to turn on the lights and then drive. When you're under the influence of alcohol, you'd be like, oh shoot, I forgot to turn my lights on. Like that's one of the key indicators of
And
intoxication, as a matter of fact.
Totally. I realized this. I learned that at that very moment when
Yeah. But it's too late.
because his next question, of course, was what? Have you had anything to drink tonight? And so I'm like, I was like, and then I'm like still thinking about that last question, and I go, oh, only like 2 beers, and then I go, oh, god damn it, I said the worst fucking thing you could say. That question. So of course,
But there's no escape from that. The problem is there's no escape from it, because if you lie and he smells it on you, it's even worse.
right.
Unless he can't smell it on you, in which case you lie.
Right.
Yeah. But yeah. But if you tell the truth, you're screwed anyway. So
yeah. The next thing you know, what he does is he tells me, all right, well, he hands me back my paperwork. He goes, I'm gonna need you to just sit tight. I'm gonna have a DWI specialist come out and perform a roadside sobriety test, because I think you've had more than what you're saying you've had to drink. And I was like, oh, sure, no problem. And of course, I'm shitting myself because I'm like, I'm going to jail. I'm going to jail. You know what I mean? Like, this is the first. I'm getting a DUI. What am I going to do? All right, I got to do this. How long am I going to be in jail? Blah blah blah. All of these things are going through my mind as I'm sitting there. And then, dude shows up, and dude fucking counting backwards with my head tilted, walking the straight line.
Oh,
blah blah.
Romberg.
Fucking killed it, bro. My man was like, you seem okay to me. I'm going to go ahead and let you go. Just make sure to don't forget to turn on your lights next time. Totally.
They never do. Did you blow into the little portable breathalyzer or no?
No.
Really?
They didn't even bring it out. They didn't even ask me.
You gotta show it to them.
I suspect that the DUI specialist didn't want to do paperwork that night or something. That's what I think. I think he just let me go because he just wasn't feeling it, or maybe he liked the sticker on my truck.
Maybe he had a crush on you.
Maybe, I don't know. I don't know. Like, yeah, I've gotten away with DUIs that I shouldn't have a couple of times. And the other time that happened is not nearly as. It doesn't really apply, but I've told that story live a couple of times. But yeah, I lost there. I wasn't even going to tell the story, man. I wasn't even going to tell the story, and he left. Fuck. Barking mad.
Oops.
Thank you so much. No, yeah, it happens, especially when you're using StreamYard from your phone.
I don't know what happened. Sorry.
Yeah, it's all good. Like if you try to look at chat, it'll kick you off. I know that.
Is that what happened?
Yeah, it's stupid. It's super stupid.
Okay. Well, it is what it is. You caught me red-handed.
Yeah.
Actually, that's exactly what I was doing. I was just curious what chat was saying.
Sure. Yeah. I don't blame you. Yeah, man, dude. That's hopefully that's all that happens, because this has been everything's been going wrong. I messed up my sound effects when you first got on here. Before that, I couldn't even get you on the thumbnail because PicMonkey's acted stupid, and it won't even let me do fucking back. It won't remove backgrounds on anything. I thought it was just the picture yesterday that I was trying to create yesterday, because I was just trying to make this thing. Wasn't even a thumbnail, and then it was not removing the background, and then like I tried to do it today, and it was the same thing. And I was like, oh, wait a minute, that's not the picture. It's the app. So whatever. So tell me, man, as far as witnesses go this week, because I know you've been following, what do you say? What do you think is the most damning witness for the process? Because let's just cut the bullshit. There were no damning witnesses for the defense, I don't think, unless you think so. If there were, tell us who.
No, I don't think so. I know that like Peter and I very vehemently disagree on Dever. He thinks that if he's like, if I were Jackson, Yannetti, whatever, I would never have called Dever. I think it's the complete opposite because, and I understand his logic. So his logic is, look, she's a CU McCU face, and
you can say cunt here if you want. Like if you're uncomfortable saying the word, that's one thing, but it's a pass here. You get to say the cunt word here, and
I appreciate it. I'm just
you're
trying.
free to do whatever you want here.
I'm just trying to like maintain my image, I guess. I don't know. I used to be like that. I just polished it up, and I guess I'll just be myself. I'm being myself. Will, trust me.
Well, right on. Cool.
Anyway, she's being a real C word, and it shined through. And I am convinced that she looked horrible in the eyes of the jury in the totality of the circumstances analysis of the trial itself. Now, Edie's analysis of if he had been a lawyer, would he have not called her? And here's why. I respect it. I understand where he's coming from because she's an adverse witness. She's a dangerous witness. You don't know what she's going to say, how she's going to say it. She's not your friend. She's not even your enemy. She's your like arch nemesis. You know what I mean? Like she's.
Are we talking about Peter, the lawyer you know?
Yeah, Peter Tragos.
Right, gotcha.
And I understand his position. His position is, look, she's just too risky. She's too dangerous, unpredictable. I would have never called her to the witness stand, period, the end. And you know what? I totally understand from like a personal injury attorney's perspective, which I understand that's his specialty. I don't.
So please explain, because I don't understand. I thought she was devastating to the prosecution.
I 100. Well, hold on. That's after she testified. I think what his argument is, I would have never called her.
He wouldn't have taken the risk.
He wouldn't have taken the risk because in a personal injury case, there's too much at stake. You have millions of dollars potentially that the jury could award, and you get a witness like that, and now all of a sudden your $3 million claim is now worth $500,000 because the jury's like, yeah, we don't like your client because blah blah blah, whatever. And that I 100% agree with. But as a criminal defense practitioner, and I understand he's done a very limited amount, but he's done some criminal defense. His dad is the criminal defense lawyer in the family. Right. From Big George, which I have also immense amount of respect for. As I understand.
Yeah, I love their dynamic, the two of them. I love that.
Like, as a criminal defense practitioner, though, and maybe Big George will agree or disagree. I don't know. I haven't spoken to him about this, although it would be a fun discussion, I think. Is that from a criminal defense perspective, you absolutely 100% call this woman because you know what she saw and you are going to testify for her. I don't give a flying fuck what this woman is going to say and how she's going to recant. I have her hook, line, and sinker. You said to two FBI agents on August 9th, 2023. He said it so many times I remember the date, man.
Yeah, that's why it feels like a no-brainer to me. I'm trying to rationalize, and this is nothing against Peter. I'm just saying I would never criticize a lawyer's opinion, honestly, because who am I? But you know, in theory, it seems like you're validating what my thoughts are, which is, of course, you call her up because you have an FBI statement from her.
Yes.
Where
before they got to you. Before they got to you, you told the truth. Then after they got to you, you recanted and changed your testimony. Tell us about that. Are you kidding me? That is a gold mine.
Exactly. And on top of that, the bow that's wrapped around it is you get to bring in, there's a chance you're bringing in the FBI to the jury. The jury now knows the FBI. Any chance you
how many times did she say? How many times, Will, did she say the words agent in trial number 1?
Exactly. Right. So you want that repeated agent. And it was funny because Brennan is even doing it. Brennan
Well,
did it
they didn't
yesterday.
know. Nobody knew who was gonna say it. Wait, he what? I didn't
Yeah,
watch yesterday.
Brennan had. Oh my God, who did he have?
I was traveling.
Not Kalakokis, or however you say her name. The one before that. It was
Lucky?
Lucky. Yeah. Why am I having a brain fart with Lucky Lochran on Cross? He's like, the agents who spoke to you that were not of local law enforcement and were not Massachusetts State Police, and then follows up with, and not the private investigator who you spoke to. Like, it leaves.
Wow.
Right. If I'm on the jury, at least with my common sense, I'm gonna go, what agents? Agents. When I hear agents, I think feds immediately.
Yep.
You know, like,
No, I
so
think it's all but reinforced
Brennan
now.
even did that. Right.
Yeah. Wow, that's crazy. I'll
Yeah.
have to check up on that because I'll be back in town Saturday, so I'll do tomorrow's witnesses, Lucky and whatever her name is with the long hair. I'll do them Saturday, Sunday. Probably I'll record and then release.
Yeah, her testimony was interesting, but all her purpose was to serve was the only purpose she was there to serve was to say that John and Karen were getting along that night, and Karen did not seem that
Right.
intoxicated. Basically,
She was an unbiased. I remember Karen did an interview after the trial that day yesterday, and somebody interviewed her, and the question was, "Hey, are you? When was the last time you spoken to her, or whatever?" And she's like, "I haven't spoken to her since." So that was really interesting. I didn't know any of that.
yeah, and I mean that just in my opinion helps with Karen's defense. You know, I mean, there's no bias there.
Correct.
It was like, I like her, but we're not friends. I got nothing invested in this, because that was her testimony too. She was like, when I was about to leave, and then when Karen showed up, I liked Karen, so when I saw her, I was like, oh, I think I'll hang out a little while longer. And then they ended up speaking for like another hour, according to her.
Nice.
Just the
Gotcha.
two of them, right? So
Just the two of us.
yeah, so that witness was most definitely favorable for the defense, but not devastating to the prosecution, I don't think. But definitely very favorable to the defense.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. I'll check her out Saturday or Sunday.
Who else testified this week, man? Why am I having such a brain fart?
Dr. Russell,
Dr.
Diamandis.
Russell.
Who else? Oh, Barrows. Fucking Barrows,
Oh,
dude.
yeah. How are
Oh
we
my
forgetting
God.
Barrows?
My
Yeah.
favorite human being on the planet. The one cop who could not be bought. Wow.
Yeah. I mean, incredibly inspiring. Did you see the video of the other cop from Florida that put out a TikTok on his channel? Yeah, let's check that out for a second while I got you here. I think you'll like that. I played this yesterday, and it was really it was really good, because it sounded like, and I've been talking to the LV cops for over a year, and
Las Vegas?
Las Vegas cops. It's a YouTube channel. It's these two retired Las Vegas cops that got wind of this case, and they were like, dude, there's no way I wouldn't be pounding on that door if I responded to that call. There's a dead cop. Like, let's get real.
For real.
So, and then there's this gentleman, this officer who hold on here. I just got to share it. Yeah, check this guy out. Oh, wait, I got it muted.
Y'all been watching this Karen Reed trial, but I will say, 25-year veteran, we find a dead guy in your front yard, we're stringing up crime scene tape, and we knocking on your front door, and I don't give a damn if it is a house full of cops. We're going to have questions. One of the main questions we're going to have is, can we have consent to search the interior side of this house? And if you deny that, I don't care. We got to call the man upstairs down here to get it. We get the search warrant on the house. That being said, always back to brothers in blue. Told the truth. You was within Florida state statute. You was within policy. And you felt like you was right doing what you did. Back you all the way to the end. 100%. You did some dumb shit. You got caught. You lied about it. Deuces. That's on you, man. You messed up.
That's a real one.
For real.
I'm a pretty good read of body language. And I ain't saying them cops are lying when they're sitting up there. But they dang sure ain't being forthcoming with the information that they know.
Now, I made this point yesterday. I'm a pretty good read of body language myself. And I'm totally saying that guy's saying that they lied on the stand. That guy's fucking lying right now. Like, they lied. You're saying that they fucking lied, dude.
And by a long shot, I ended up finding myself in that situation. I can tell you one thing. They asked me for my phone. I handed it to them. Because I got 12,000 pictures of my friends and family and outings and my baby girl on this thing. And I ain't destroying it for nothing. I ain't pulling out SIM cards and putting it in 2 different locations, one on an Army base and all that BS. I hand it to them. Now, I may have some marketplace purchases that were a little bit questionable. Some of my Snapchats may be a little bit personal. But at the end of the day, there ain't nothing on my phone that I'm scared of anybody seeing. And I'll tell you what, when she's acquitted at the end of this thing, there's a prosecutor somewhere needs to be handing out some perjury charges, like popsicles on a hot summer day.
Yes.
That stuff corrupt all the way to the top, in my humble opinion.
Corrupt all the way to the top. I love it. Fantastic. Yeah, so this case, man, it's inspiring people to speak up, man, which is really, really cool. You know, like we needed more cops like that a year ago. You know what I mean? Yeah, Barrows. I mean, it's crazy because Brennan's entire approach to prosecuting this case is that of like a sleazy defense attorney. You know what I mean? Like, which is really, really weird.
Because that's who he is at the end of the day, when you really think about it.
Facts. Because like, it's so funny because I made this point as well. Like I went into this case hating lawyers, hating them. Now some of my heroes, are lawyers. You know what I mean?
Baby,
Actually,
you shouldn't have.
All of my heroes are lawyers.
I'm kidding.
I don't have any heroes I didn't have any heroes until I started following this case. And they're all lawyers. But like, it's funny because Brennan is the epitome of the kind of lawyer that I've always fucking hated. You know what I mean? Like, and he doesn't even seem to try to hide it. It's so wild. His entire strategy seems to be gaslighting and projection. Gaslight, project. No facts are ever presented. It's I mean, as an attorney yourself, is this something that you just look at as, hey, well, it's something I deal with every day, or something that you look at and go, Jesus Christ, this shit really pisses me off?
No, this is definitely something I look at and see every day. I'm serious. I'm dead serious. Yeah. It's part of the job. I mean, God, I had a jury trial 2024 in I don't want to say it's on YouTube. I don't want to say it, but it is number one, the number one most unethical prosecutor I have ever had the displeasure of dealing with. It got actually so bad. This is a true story. I'm about to spill the beans on something I've never talked about publicly. Because I found out like 2 weeks ago, maybe. Here's what happened. So I had 4 clients. I had 4 clients. One I had to fire because he stopped paying, but the other 3 were good to go. And I spoke to the prosecutor and I was like, look, you have a dog shit of a case. Can we both agree on that? He's, yes, I can agree. Yeah, it's a dog shit case. I'm like, okay. Can you give me like a reckless driving, a dismissal, something that my client's going to be happy with, that he's going to take? Said no. Said, why? Well, because if I give it to you, then I have to give it to everybody. It's a small town. People talk, blah, blah, blah. I just can't give it to you. I know I'm going to lose. Straight up. I know I'm going to lose,
Wow,
but
dude.
I have to do this. And I'm like, okay, you're a piece of shit, but okay, fine. Let's do this.
That's
We go to
crazy.
trial. I cream him. Not only do I cream him, he tries to like deceive and lie and manipulate like at every opportunity. It is just abhorrent and so obvious. I had the jury. I learned later. I had the jury in opening statements. I won the case in opening statements because they didn't believe him.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
They actually kind of made fun of me. They're like, Larry, you need to stop talking. You talk too much. Swear to God. And I was like, okay, all right, noted for future reference. Anyway, so long story short, I have the other two clients, and I meet with them a few weeks later, and I'm like, okay, so let's let's set the case for trial. And they're like, but my case is so stupid. I'm like, I know. They're like, but why am I going to have to pay you to do a jury trial if I'm like, dude, I don't make the rules. The prosecutor will not give me anything. I can't, I don't have an answer for you. I'm sorry. So I get fired on those two cases, one after another. They
What?
both hire the same defense attorney. No, it gets worse. Just listen to this shit. You're not going to, I still don't believe this is real, but I pulled the tape and I can tell you I saw what happened in the courtroom. This is what happened. On one of them, I don't. The other one, he also gets fired. Same result. Both cases, reckless driving, DUI dismissed, no jury trial. I'm sorry. What?
Wait.
So I go back.
Yeah.
I pull the tape, and I'm like, wait a minute. You wouldn't give it to me, but you give it to this guy, this lawyer. Why did you give it to him and not me? I pull the
Right.
tape. I will play this video one time. It's. I have the content. I just haven't released it yet, so you get a little sneak peek. The lawyer comes up to the podium, says my client's name. I represent, Larry Foreman's old client. And then my name comes up out of nowhere. Wasn't this Mr. Foreman's case? Oh, yes, but I'm on the case now. And there's like a little moment when the prosecutor, the judge, and the defense attorney both have kind of like a, oh yeah, that guy. Well, thank God he's off the case now, kind of thing. And I'm sitting there, I'm watching all of this, unfolding in on video. And then the prosecutor leans in to the attorney and says, hey, come here. How about I just give you reckless driving and we just call this whole thing off? Is that cool with you?
Oh my God, dude.
The defense
Holy
attorney is standing there
shit.
and he's just like, yeah, sure. I'm sure I can talk to my client. He'll happily take it. It's like, sweet, awesome. All right. I just earned my fee in one court appearance.
Oh my
Like,
God, dude.
they're playing favorites in that county. I am now literally,
Good
I
old
have a
boy
target on
bullshit.
my back. If I get, yeah, because he's been around for like 40 years, this guy. I have a YouTube channel and I blasted the fuck out of this prosecutor when he shit all over me in my case, and I called him out on it. He didn't like that, so his punishment is the good old boy club. If your name comes up, I'm gonna make you earn every dollar. But if somebody else comes in, I'll give them freebies.
Wow,
True
dude.
story. I have evidence. I have all the evidence.
That's crazy. So who do you take that up to?
Nobody. Where do I go?
I mean, well, because exactly. Well, that's what I'm asking you, because you're like, I have all this evidence. So
No, it's
what?
evidence for YouTube. It's not like I'm gonna use it to
Okay.
it's like Auntie Bev. Like we have all this evidence against her. What are we gonna do with it?
Right. Right.
Same
I
thing.
mean, yeah, that's crazy, because this is very relevant to the Karen Reed case, because you're dealing with something very, very similar. I mean, this is proof that it absolutely fucking happened.
Thank you. All right. Thank you.
Yeah,
Sorry, what'd you say, Will?
I was saying that this is proof that this absolutely does happen.
Mhm.
I mean, it's not so far-fetched. It's not so crazy to think that Bev is playing favorites, because it's Canton. It's our small, Norfolk County is a small little corner in the US. And they've been doing things however the fuck they want all this time. And they figure, why should we stop now? Because the world's watching? Fuck that.
Exactly. Exactly. She's not going to put a stop to it just because the world is watching.
That shit is crazy. Shit is
Yep.
crazy. Like,
Yep.
and there's nobody above the judge that you could take that to. That's
Nope. Well, I
insane.
mean, the CJC, the Judicial Committee, that's about it.
Right. And then what are the chances of that actually happening without your career being ruined as a result from retaliation or anything else?
Thank you. Yeah. I mean, look, at the end of the day, here's the thing about like I can tell you about my situation, first of all. Okay. I now know that if I get a case out of that county, I have to tell my clients, look, it's a good old boys club. Here's my fee. And I'm telling you right now, if we're going to go to trial, here's going to be another fee, and both of those are guaranteed. However, if you want to get off light, here's the phone number. I'm not just that kind of guy. Here's the phone number and the name of a lawyer that can handle it probably cheaper and get you a better result. I have no choice. I have to be upfront with my clients. I
That's
can't just be like,
fucking crazy.
here you go.
Like,
Just you. Luckily, I only get like one case a year out of that county, so I really don't give a shit. But that is one of the most insane thing. And the saddest part is, I went to law school with the judge.
wow. What? Oh my God. Dude, so, but at least your whole nest egg isn't in that county though, right? You can like,
No, God, no. Are you kidding?
yeah.
Oh my God, no. No, I say one case a year. It's like one case every 3 years when you really get down to it. I've had like 4 cases out of there, out of 12 years. So I'm not too concerned. And they all came like almost at once.
Shit is fucking insane. I'm sorry you're going through that because
Yeah,
but it
I'm not.
also
It's good
it
to know than
feels
not know.
like it's gaslighting your money, dude. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like it's what it is. It's gaslighting, but they're doing it to your fucking pocket. It's fucking
Yes.
crazy.
Yes.
That is crazy.
Do you think this is my color, Will? I don't think this is my color.
I could see you making it work, but
Yeah, I'll try it.
darker colors probably for you, dude.
That's what I'm
I mean,
thinking.
yeah, you
I
and
got
me,
this
we
one.
both got we got the salt and pepper thing going, and dark colors always work.
This one
Yeah,
looks
that's a
good.
little better. That does look good.
Yeah, I just
Good.
can't find anything significant. Don't you just love how I'm streaming with you while I'm shopping?
No, I love this because like if I'm in a relationship, like, will you go shopping with me? I'm like, fuck no. I would rather be in a McAlbert orgy. No. Um, and here I am shopping with Larry, the DUI guy, and I'm happy to do it, bro. Like, just let me know, dude. No, put it
No?
back.
Yeah,
No,
that's
it's
what
too
I
plain.
thought. It's a little too light.
No, it is. It's too plain. It's not working for you, dude.
Yeah. All right, man. Well, listen, I'm gonna finish shopping here. I have a movie. I'm gonna go see the ballerina, the John Wick universe.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's out. Right on. Yeah,
Yeah. It,
I got a shit ton of movie passes too when I was in Boston. Somebody gave them to me and I was like, "Oh shit." And I don't even know what I'm going to go see. But yeah,
Chandler
whatever.
is hanging out with AV to the seventh power right now.
Are you going by
Or
yourself?
she's on her way. Yeah, yeah. We were gonna go see it together, but unfortunately, it's just not gonna work out timing wise because they don't have any. They have showtimes tomorrow at 12 and 3, where I was gonna go, but unfortunately, the the trial is tomorrow, so I won't be able to. And today they didn't have any showtimes until 6 or 9 or something. So I'll see that tonight. And yeah, she's on her way right now. The dinner's I think is like 6 or 7 or something. I don't know.
Okay. I prefer myself actually. I prefer to go to the movies by myself.
Really? Oh,
Yeah.
why is that?
I don't know. I think I just kind of started doing that as a kid. And
Yeah.
then it just became, I guess, for lack of a better term, my comfort zone. I mean, I still enjoy going to the movies with other people, but
Yeah.
I that's better than the last one for sure.
I'll
Yeah,
try that one.
I think it all depends on the tie as well. It's hard,
Well, these are going to be tieless. This is just
these are
for
they're just for
like
casual
dress shirts. Yep.
khakis, kind of stuff.
Jeans.
Maybe?
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
Gotcha.
Yep.
I have no sense of style, if you couldn't tell, by the way.
Oh, I could tell. You don't have to tell me.
Yeah. It's
Oh,
very,
here we
very
go.
apparent. I mean, this is. Oh, that's you. That's definitely you.
It's like
That
fake silk or something. I don't know. Made in China.
I bet it feels nice. And I dig your Godfather shirt, by the way.
Oh, thanks, man.
I normally have
El
my own.
padre
novelty.
sono yo.
Sí, el padrino.
See.
But yeah.
I actually have one that says that in Italian. I bought it in Rome.
Look, somebody's saying buy Will some new clothes. I wouldn't wear them. Like this is probably my favorite shirt, and it's just black. This
Ooh.
is probably my favorite shirt.
Check it.
Are you going to cover Mickey Stein? Rainey wants to know.
What is that? Who is that?
I don't know.
I have no clue. Yeah, me neither. The next one that I'm covering is Koberger after
Same
Diddy,
here.
after Karen Reed. So I don't know. Adelson got pushed. Did you hear about that?
No.
Yeah, Donna Adelson. She was supposed to start next week, something like that. They moved her to August. They got a motion to continue. It was granted by the court, so they're going to do it in August.
Okay. Right on.
Yeah.
All right, man. Well, I'll let you get to your movie.
Thanks.
Thank you for joining. Really appreciate it. We all love you here. We'll do something very soon again, I'm sure.
Definitely. I would look forward to that, man. It was a lot of fun. You and Annie really provided me with some intel that was extremely invaluable to myself and my audience. And you don't even realize the depth and the gravity of how much I appreciate what you two have given me and my audience, because I was able to use that in my next video. You basically gave me the eyes and ears on the jury, but well, before I had a chance to, which I will tomorrow.
Right on. Yeah, no, I love that. I love it. I love that you're going to get to go. Because it is a sight, and I love that you're going to get to go during the defense's case too. I would have loved to have gotten to catch that. So you're going to get to see a lot of jury reactions, I'm sure. And they're just now getting into the juicy stuff too. Like all the technical shit is fucking over with. They're like, they got that out of the way, and now they're going to get into the third party culprit shit, I bet.
I hope so. And ARCA.
Yeah. ARCA's well, as far as the technical shit, ARCA is it's the mother load, but yeah, I'm sure they're saving that as the closer.
See,
I mean,
did you see that like they did last time? Did you see that Karen said in the last interview yesterday on her way out of the courthouse, she said the defense is going to conclude Tuesday.
That's what she's saying. Yeah, she's looking at Tuesday. That's what
Friday, Karen Monday, Tuesday.
Me
and then closing's Wednesday.
Me, Melanie Little, and Bettero were on Melanie's channel the other night, and we all predicted like another 2 to 3 weeks because we just figured Brennan was just going to start bombing bullshit motions, trying to block the defense. But nah, man. If they're looking at Tuesday, I mean, that's crazy.
Karen said a week and a half. Remember, Karen said a week and a half, 2 weeks maximum, and it's been a week and a day now.
Yeah. I mean, but that also tells me that they don't plan on bringing Higgins in.
No, definitely not. There's no reason to anymore. He's not necessary.
Right. You just put that video footage of him up, and that's all you need. I mean, that's damning in and of itself. Yeah. I mean, and there's a lot of split. Damn, I wish we would have had more time because there's a lot of split on whether or not they should bring Proctor on. And I would have loved to have gotten your opinion on that.
Let's table that and let's talk about it when I get back. How about that?
Let's do it.
We still have time. It's not over till the fat lady sings, or in this case, until the ugly motherfucker speaks.
Exactly.
I mean, Brennan. Once Brennan goes up there for closing, after that, that's it. It's deliberation time.
That's it. Yeah. I mean, when you mentioned that you had won the case with openings on your case that you were talking about earlier, that reminded me of Jackson. I was like, he at least had the jury at his attention. That was it. He had the jury at the palm of his hands at that, and all he had to do was hold on.
I'm the school of
And
thought that you win every case. Every case you win in opening, win or lose in opening. So anyway, Godspeed. We'll do it again soon, Will. Thanks for having me.
sir, peace. Thank you.
Peace. See ya. Bye.
Later. Yeah, man. Awesome. Larry, the DUI guy, folks. I mean, there's not. Now, I've only been on for an hour. So I don't know if you guys want to still hang out. If there's somewhere else you guys want to go check out, I'm not gonna blame nobody, but if you guys want to hang out here, I'll find something to go over, in the meantime, maybe open up the lines. But let's see what we got here. Hold on. Give me 1 second, folks. All right. No, there's the Lori Vallow stuff, but let's hear what Vinny's got to say. When all is lost, let's pick Vinny's brain and enjoy his panelists, because those are always fun. And again, I like Vinny, but man, his panelists, something else, my friends.
On a bitterly cold January night in 2022, Boston police officer John O'Keefe was found lifeless in the snow outside of 34 Fairview Road in Canton, Massachusetts. His body was discovered the following morning, bruised, battered, and partially alking. Law enforcement, he says, as contentious and more complex. She's being framed, pointing to a cover-up within law enforcement and inconsistencies in the timeline and the handling of evidence. The case has gripped the public, fueled by viral social media debates and strong opinions. As Karen Reed faces a second trial, the quest for justice for John O'Keefe grows even more contentious and more complicated. And tonight we are live from the courthouse as the defense continues to present their case, trying to raise reasonable doubt as the retrial of the century continues.
Yeah, I got it. I'll check out the Steins case. I got you, buddy. Thank you.
I'm Vinny Politan. Thank you so much for joining us tonight here on Closing Arguments. And here we go, folks. We are in the midst of the defense case in the Karen Reed trial. And there are a lot of things happening. Not your typical defense, not a defense that is coming up and putting witnesses that don't have any relevance to what they are trying to demonstrate to the jury. I've seen that plenty of times through the years of Court TV and plenty of times when I was a prosecutor.
Yeah, I agree.
Many, many, many moons ago. They are trying to prove a point. They're trying to prove several points. And today was another big day inside the courtroom, although a little bit of a shortened day. So here's the one thing that makes this trial, there's a lot of things that make this trial different, but I think across the board, everyone that's inside that courtroom, everyone that is following this case, all agree on one fact. This was a tragic loss. John O'Keefe, Boston police officer, but more importantly,
I'm not laughing at the fact that it's a tragic, we all know it's a tragic loss. Yes, I'm laughing at the fact that what Vinny's doing right now, I'm also laughing at my pause game. What Vinny's doing right now is kind of setting up a foundation. This is what attorneys do. So he's setting up foundation because it's just impossible, dude. I got to tell you, people, it is just plain fucking impossible at this point to ignore the fact that Karen Reed is being railroaded, period. Now, to people who are new to this case and haven't heard anything about ARCA, don't really know the story behind ARCA, okay, you get a pass from me as far as you still entertaining the possibility that Karen might have hit John O'Keefe with her vehicle, even if by accident. Okay, fine. If you're new, okay, fine. But even still, and even still, I'm like side-eyeing you, Even still. But this whole thing with the ARCA thing, when that comes about, that's it. There's no denying ARCA and their testimony and the circumstances in which they conducted their own hypotheses, and these are there's just no disputing it. It just boils down to that. So, you know, Vinny has to know this by now. And so Vinny has to cater to all of his audience, and he has to lay this foundation and be like, yes, nobody is forgetting that this is about a Boston police officer who lost his life. And it's important that he does this. I'm saying this to defend Vinny because it's important that he does this, because the fact of the matter is we do get kind of lost in all of the other shit that's going on here. And we get lost. John O'Keefe does not get lost. I disagree with people saying, well, poor John, he's lost in all of this. John's not lost in all of this, because everybody that I know that has been trying to get to the truth for the last year and a half, as long as I've been involved, I can only speak to that. But everyone that I've known in the last year and a half that I've been covering this case, absolutely wants justice for John O'Keefe. Absolutely understands the fact that there is no getting justice for John O'Keefe without exonerating Karen Reed first, because Karen Reed did not do this. So, Vinny laying this out, you know, it's important, but I feel like he's doing it to be like, you know, disclaimer, because I'm about to get into some shit.
A man who was raising his sister's orphaned children. A man who took on that burden. A man of character. A man who, when he decided, what career do I want? A career where I'll put my life on the line for people I don't even know. That's what police officers do when they sign up. That's what he did. And then to further demonstrate, you know, what he was made of, John O'Keefe, when his sister passed away and her husband passed away within 7 months of each other, he took in their children and raised them for years and did everything that a parent does. I mean, absolutely everything. And did it as a single parent who, by the way, is also working as a Boston police officer. Not easy.
And man, I prefer to hear this from Vinny than Julie Grant. You know what I mean? Like because I'm still hearing Vinny talk about John like that. Like, I'm feeling it. You know what I mean? I'm feeling it because I believe he means it. When I hear Julie Grant do it, I'm like, oh, she's just being nasty. Like, it's coming from a dark place. It's coming from a place where she's just trying to gain the sympathy of the audience in order to spread misinformation and sell it better. And it sucks. It sucks. That's why I get annoyed when I see, and it shouldn't annoy me. Like, it really shouldn't bother me. Like, but there's a little part of me that gets annoyed when I see news stations and news anchors talk about John O'Keefe and how great he was, because I'm just like, you don't fucking care. You know, you don't. I know Julie Grant doesn't. I know she doesn't. And it's infuriating to those of us who actually do care. You know, like, I mean, I still think of John O'Keefe as a Boston police officer who lost his life. When a police officer loses their life, they are not just an asset, they are not just you know, someone that who had loved ones that lost him, even though that's massive. He's not just that. He's also an asset to the city in which he worked. If he was an honest cop, and we're sitting here looking at this situation, at least this situation alone is just swimming with a tank full of sharks that are dirty cops. You know, And John O'Keefe being an honest cop in all of this. I mean, in all of this whole situation, there's two honest cops. There's John O'Keefe and Sergeant Nick Barros. That's it. In this whole situation. That's fucking crazy. I can name you a list of cops, and only two of them I can say that I believe are honest. And it's really sad. So, when I look at John O'Keefe, I don't see just a guy who, and I'm not trying to minimize it, but I'm saying I don't see just a guy who took on his niece and nephew, stepped up, became a parent, did everything he had to do. I'm not talking about just that. I'm talking about, imagine the impact a good cop makes on somebody who just made a mistake. I think back on times where when I was a kid and a cop threw me in handcuffs and in the back of a car, and that cop was real nice and was like, I hate to see a kid as young as you in the back of my car, man. It's, breaks my heart, actually. Those are the kind of things that we don't think about that good cops do. Those little things, those little ways that they touch people's lives, and the ripples that throwing that little pebble, that good cop threw that little pebble in someone's life and created all of these ripples of good things, from being a person in a position of authority who didn't abuse it and used it to be helpful and used it to set an example. These things are things that we need to think about when we're trying to get justice for a police officer that society no longer has anymore. And people don't want to hear that shit. You know what I mean? Like, there's so many people that are just anti-cop, and it's like, they're not all like that, And the irony of that, the irony of being anti-cop, 99% of the reason for that is they just think that all cops are the same, that they're bad, that they've had bad experiences with bad cops. They're sick and tired of seeing the corruption, so they just go, fuck them all. And it's like, it's not that cut and dry, man. Because a good cop can make a really, really good difference. A really positive difference in a community. Just one good cop can do that. One good cop working one good beat. One beat, the same beat, interacting with the same bunch of kids, inspiring them to do better things. They keep their noses clean, not because they're afraid of what the cop's going to do, but because they respect the example that the cop has set, and they respect the advice that the cop gives them. That's a good thing, man. These are things that we should strive for. And to sit there and be like, oh, that's too idealistic, that'll never happen. What do you mean? It happens every day. It happens every day in all kinds of different communities. It happens every day in all kinds of different communities, man. All it takes is fighting to make it the norm.
Not easy at all. Now, what should have been easy was this case. If you believe the prosecution here, this should have been an easy case. Usually when a motor vehicle strikes a pedestrian, it's not a complicated case, especially if you've identified the vehicle. Sometimes there's a hit and run and you're trying to track down the car. I've covered cold cases like that. That's not the case here. They know who they believe did it. So this should have been an easy case, not just because of the nature of the case and the nature of what you need to prove the case, but where it happened. Right there in front of 34 Fairview on a night when they were having a party inside the home with people coming and going, looking out the windows, other people driving to pick people up. There were so many potential witnesses to what happened that night, but no one saw anything. No one inside that house, no one who left the house, no one who showed up to the house to pick someone up. No one saw, and when I say see anything, saw Karen Reed put the car in reverse, saw Karen Reed strike John O'Keefe, or saw John O'Keefe's body on the front yard. And that has taken this case from an easy case to a much more difficult case. And add to the list of people who didn't see anything, or at least didn't see John O'Keefe, the snowplow driver who wasn't at the party, but was going up and down the street several times during the course of that night, right past 34 Fairview. So the question now, with this issue very front and center in front of this jury, is this reasonable doubt in and of itself? Does this negate the plausibility?
I mean, Vinny, dude, the whole case is reasonable doubt. Everything. Pick something out of a hat, and I'll find why. I'll give you a reason why it's reasonable doubt. Pick any situation of it, any particular aspect of this case out of a hat, and I'll tell you why it's reasonable doubt.
Plausibility, or does it raise a doubt about the plausibility of Karen Reed struck John O'Keefe? Maybe for one juror, maybe for more jurors, or maybe they need some more evidence. But this is a big, big issue and a big problem for this case, for this prosecution. Let's bring in Court TV crime and justice correspondent Matt Johnson, joining us live from outside the courthouse in Dedham on I would call it a big Wednesday, but it wasn't a long Wednesday. It's an important Wednesday, but things ended a little bit early. So let's start with the snowplow driver. This is really a significant witness because it's someone not connected to anyone in the case.
Yeah, a shorter day, but a very big day here at the courthouse here behind me. So we have Lucky the Plow driver, that's his nickname, Brian Loughran. He was a big witness last year, again this year, because he testifies that he was en route that year in 2022 during the big snowstorm, and he passed Fairview Avenue, 34 Fairview to be exact. He doesn't notice anything by the flagpole at 3 a.m. Then at around 3:30, his second swipe near the property, he notices there's a vehicle parked out front. Let's listen.
How much of the front lawn of 34 Fairview could you see?
I could see all the way to the front door.
When you are plowing, sir, where is your attention focused?
My attention's focused out the front window, to the right and to the left.
Why?
Yeah, I agree. I don't understand. Like Vinny does, and thank you so much, Stephanie Flynn. I appreciate it. Yeah, like he still fence rides, which it doesn't bother me as much as it used to. It just doesn't. Like the public, all I ever cared about, covering this case is because as soon as I realized that there was corruption, which was very early on, as soon as I realized how much corruption was involved, all I really cared about was getting the word out there on this case. That's all I gave a shit about. So when I would see Court TV or anybody cover it and just ignore blatant facts on this case that would enrage the public and get attention on this, because the only chance, this is the thing, is Karen Reed is taking on a local government, an entire local government that's trying to railroad her. I mean, the only chance that Karen Reed has to fight is the support of the American people, and it sure as hell helps to have the support of people from abroad as well. And there's a lot of support from people from abroad as well. A lot of it. And that has happened, like before, when I used to yell at my screen, man, a year ago, 6 months ago, I would be yelling, watching these things and screaming and going, Vinny, what the fuck, dude? Like, how are you ignoring what's blatantly obvious? This fence riding shit was really pissing me off. But then now, I mean, the whole world is looking at this, and you know, you've got a minority of people who are saying that she's guilty, and it's the same kind of people who have been saying that she's guilty. Brainless, ignorant cretins, morons, buffoons, all of them. Like they never have any, they take something and then they twist it to mean what they want it to mean, instead of just simply pointing out. I mean, you see free care and read people, you see people who are even just new to following this case, but they see the obvious, and what they do is they point out the obvious in their posts and have something sarcastic like, oops, you know, because it's there. That's all you have to do. You don't have to, it doesn't have to be painted a certain way. And it's very telling when you see someone post something and going, Hank Brennan destroyed the defense's witness today by blah, 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 blah. And it's like, no, like you're just twisting what happened. And that's not what happened at all. Oh, Stephanie Flint, thank you. All the way from the UK, right on. I do UK law. Was watching Lori Daybell today. Yeah, that started today. The Lori Daybell thing. I'll be following that. But yeah, I don't know what I'm going to cover next, man. I'm pretty sure I'm probably going to take a deep dive into Kohberger. But I mean, I'm just going to end up taking on whatever interests me the most, you know. But you know, I mean, right now, as long as Karen Reed is acquitted, I mean, mission accomplished. As far as this channel goes, you know. I mean, I just you know, the word is out there, and that's it. You know, there's plenty of people talking about it. And it's a good thing. So we'll see. I don't know, but I feel like this case is once Karen's acquitted, I don't really see any reason to continue discussing it other than the Sandra Birchmore, Justin Root, and Enrique Delgado Garcia aspect of everything. And yeah, her civil case, of course. Yeah, I mean, I'll discuss that too. But you know, we'll see what happens with that. But I don't know. And of course, I'm going to cover Turtle Boy's case. I'm not going to stop covering Turtle Boy's case. I've been with Turtle Boy's case since the beginning, and I'm very passionate about it because I think what's happening to him is outrageous. So yeah, I'll be talking about that too. Is she representing herself again? Lori Daybell? Or Vallow, whatever the fuck she's going by? Really? Sweet. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's going to be over quick. All right, let's get back to this.
I am looking for pedestrians. I'm looking for residents that may be backing out, not aware that I'm there, and God forbid, animals.
Did you see a 6'1", 216-pound man lying on that lawn?
No. As I make my right onto Fairview, I notice that there's a vehicle on the right-hand side, roughly in the area of the flagpole in front of 34 Fairview.
Okay. And did you make note of what type of vehicle that was?
Yes.
What type of vehicle was that?
A Ford Edge.
What caused you to remember that there was a Ford Edge?
Stephanie Flint, thank you. Karen Reed case would have been dropped in the UK. The wounds don't match a car. Forearm should have vertical cuts, and the paint test shows area of mass to injury. Yeah. This is stuff that we've all been talking about for forever. And you're absolutely right. And I agree. And the thing is it would have been dropped in any other state or Commonwealth. most likely, you know. That's the whole point here is that there's no there's it makes no sense that this has even gone to trial the first time, much less a second time. That's what's fascinating about this, is the fact that it's even in trial. It's the elephant in the room that mainstream media won't even talk about. It's bizarre.
Edge parked at 3:30 outside the Alberts residence that night.
For as long as I can remember, they have never parked a vehicle in front of their house. They've always had enough ample parking in the driveway.
So we'll have to see whether or not they're going to do the through line to who owned a Ford Edge. Some of the Albert family members reportedly did. But on cross-examination, he was also questioned as to if he had any pressure from the outside as to how he testified. Take a listen.
I feel
He
like
had any Ford Edge. Some
I feel like this dude had reservations about saying that. Like
of the Albert family members reportedly did. But on cross-examination, he was also questioned as to if he had any pressure from the outside as to how he testified. Take a listen.
You're saying as you sit here today, you have no awareness in the history of this case that you were being threatened by an online blogger.
I was not threatened by an online blogger.
Was the person communicating and making clear to you that if you didn't testify in a certain way, there would be some consequence to you?
Do you know if he is friendly or supports one side over the other?
I know he is friendly towards one side, yes.
Okay. The side sitting in the back of the room?
I would say the defense team.
Another awkward moment in the courthouse here behind me, because Aiden Carney wasn't used by name by the prosecution, but he was pointed out in the back row of the media section outside the courthouse. He answered a few questions. Take a listen.
I mean, dude, I've never seen any shit like this in my fucking life, man. Look at that. Like, what is happening right now? And it's only awkward because Spanky made it awkward. Like, I mean, Aiden's face says it all. Aiden's sitting there going, dude, like, why the fuck I'm just sitting here, dude. Why the fuck am I threatened somebody? You're kidding me. I'm sitting here in the trial of the case where the world is talking about it, and you just fucking accused me of threatening the person who's sitting on the stand when all I've done is praise this guy. And why the fuck are you even bringing my name into it at all? And he didn't actually bring his name into it, which was cowardly as fuck. Like, why wouldn't he? I mean, dude, like, if I'm Aiden, I'm thinking, dude, I'm fucking sitting right here, dude. Like, you want me to fucking take the stand? I'm sitting right fucking here, dude. The fuck are you talking about? That shit is amazing to me, dude, that Brennan had the audacity to do that. Like, if that doesn't show desperation, I don't know what does. That is the most desperate thing I've ever seen happen in a courtroom. I mean, given knowing everything that I know about this case so far, knowing everything I know about Turtle Boy's case, knowing everything I know about Karen Reed's case, this is the craziest shit in the world.
I posted on my Twitter account at Dr. Turtleboy. I posted a screenshot of our conversation. I messaged him.
And doesn't Spanky know that Aiden loves this shit, dude? Like, like, how has he not figured that out by now? Look at him, dude. He loves this shit. And he should. He should. Like, because if you're Aiden, dude, you got the choice of either laying down and hiding and being like, oh, fuck all social media. No, 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 no. And then like keeping his head down, walking to his car. No, I don't know. No. Dude, as soon as that happened, I guarantee you Aiden was like, dude, I hope that every fucking camera and microphone fucking hits me when I walk out that door. Because I'm going to use this opportunity to show what a fucking douchebag this guy is. I'm going to use this opportunity to show exactly how fucking desperate and sad this pathetic fucking prosecutor is and how pathetic and sad his case is. Like, you just gave me a mic to do that, dude. You dumb motherfucker.
I had found out that he was a plow driver that had reportedly not seen a body that morning, and I was wondering why the police hadn't spoke with him. So,
like, right by doing that, he just gave Aiden all the credit, which is what they've been trying to avoid. They've been actively trying to avoid giving Aiden any credit for discovering anything in this case, and they just made Lucky Loughran Aiden's witness. The witness that Aiden found. What Spanky just did was just told the world that Aiden Carney cracked the Karen Reed case. Which there's a lot of truth to, but it's not that simple. It's not that cut and dry. But Brennan basically made it look that way. What a moron.
So I messaged Lucky. I introduced myself, and he said he didn't want to talk. So,
did you threaten him?
Absolutely not.
Say he's revealed things about it?
Absolutely not. I posted the entirety of our messages with receipts on my Twitter account. The world can see it. So it's completely baseless. There was no threats. I just wanted I think the bigger question is, why did a blogger, as Hank Brennan calls me, why did I get to speak with the plow driver before Michael Proctor did? Why was I more interested in what the eyewitness had to say than the state police detectives in charge with investigating John O'Keefe's murder? I think that's
that right there. Any documentaries made in the future about this case that covers both trials, any documentary is going to clip that. They're going to use that. This is Aiden's shining moment where he got to tell the world, he got to ask the question, the rhetorical question to the world. Why did a blogger like me find Lucky Loughran and ask him about about what he saw that night? An eyewitness in this case. Why did I ask him questions about what he saw before the lead investigator even bothered? If he even bothered. Why? Right now, as of now, thanks to Spanky Brennan, the world knows that Aiden Carney is legit. That Aiden Carney found Lucky Loughran, an eyewitness that the lead investigator had no interest in whatsoever.
That's the bigger question.
And remember, Vinny, Kearney was originally on the witness list, and there was a lot of arguments outside the presence of the jury, even before the trial began, as to whether or not some of his text messages with defendant Karen Reed would be admissible in court to show consciousness of guilt. Ultimately, he lawyered up. He has another case that's pending, and he said that he would plead the fifth, or at least his attorney said, if he was ever called to the stand.
Was there any reason why they didn't use his name?
Not that I could tell. I don't have a golden ticket.
I love that Vinny's doing this right now
for court this week.
Why didn't
I was
they
watching,
use his name?
and there was a lot of
excellent question, Vinny. Why the fuck didn't they use his name?
Shock by the other media members that he was mentioned.
Yeah, it's baffling. Again, another situation where the jury gets a piece of the story, but they're purposely withholding information from the jury. I never understand that. Okay, let's talk about the waterfall bar.
Now, that's something I have never heard Vinny do. Vinny just straight up said that the prosecution is purposely withholding information from the jury. Purposely withholding information from the jury.
Bar and Grill. A witness from the Waterfall Bar and Grill who was there that night when John and Karen were there testified today. What'd she talk about?
Yeah, Karina Kalakithis, and she was a longtime friend of Officer John O'Keefe. They had children that were in sports together, and she knew Karen Reed for about a year. She was actually very excited to see them both at the Waterfall Bar and Grill because she didn't want to go out that night. She was just keeping her husband company. Well, she described interaction between John and Karen, and she described it as loving, a loving couple. Take a listen.
So John went over to Karen and he gave her a kiss on the forehead.
Okay, and that kiss on the forehead, why did that stand out to you?
So honestly, I'd never seen something like that before, a boyfriend do to a girlfriend in public. Never saw that. So it just stood out to me. I was like, wow, that's the sweetest thing I've ever seen.
Dude, it's fascinating to me to watch Karen Reed's defense team work and how they strategize. Like every little detail matters. Think about it. Who better than to ask that line of questioning to that witness than David Yannetti? Who better? Who has more of a soft side that the jury sees, delivers information, has no doesn't seem to have any side of aggression to him. AJ, we know AJ can be aggressive if need be. We know Alessi can be aggressive if need be, right? We've seen the aggressive side of both of them. The jury has seen the aggressive side to both AJ and Bob Alessi, right? But this line of questioning, something as simple as she saw John O'Keefe give his girlfriend, Karen Reed, the defendant, a kiss on the forehead, and she thought it was the sweetest thing she'd ever seen. And the tone that David Yannetti asks her in resonates with the jury almost as much as the answer. It sets the tone for how the jury is going to, when they hear that. And it's like watching a band. It is. It's like watching a band. It's like watching, everyone knows their instrument. And when there's a part in the song that you really want the listener to just be totally sucked into, then okay, quick little bass fill right there. Boom, brings in a driving drum sound. You know what I mean? Like anything to get the listener's emotions. And that's what they're doing with the jury. Karen Reed's defense team is like a band, dude. It's fascinating to watch.
She also described the video that has been seen many, many times, video of the group there at the Waterfall Bar and Grill. Let's make it full because it's hard to see. Let's put it there on your screen. She was describing this, her opinion about Chris Albert grabbing Higgins' arm and Higgins appearing to gesture towards John O'Keefe. That's according to the defense. And this moment about Jen McCabe and when everyone was leaving. Let's take a listen.
Now, people, as I stated before, this footage has been available. This is the first time that this footage was available, or at least shown in trial. But this footage has been available. We've been going over it forever. We've been going over it since before the first trial, I think. And we were waiting for, I remember I was waiting for Karen Reed's defense team to present this footage to the jury. And they never did in the first trial. And before the gag order, the first time I met Alan Jackson, I sat down with him at a dinner and I had to ask him, how come you didn't use that footage of the waterfall? It's pretty damning, And as soon as this trial's over, I'll tell you what he told me. Sorry. But he gave me a pretty interesting answer. You know, he gave me a pretty interesting answer. But yeah, I can't talk about anything that I can't talk about anything that they talk to me about until this trial's over. Like, you just got to respect what they're trying to do here.
When you were leaving the establishment, whom did you leave with?
So again, it was myself, Jennifer McCabe, and Karen.
Did anything unusual occur when you were leaving?
So as we were leaving, Jen went over to Karen, kind of put her arm around her, and she started saying, "You're coming with me, you're coming with me."
Very interesting testimony that they're really invoking Jen McCabe's name yet again, but it really goes to how they're doubling down on the conspiracy theory and how it all started to get John O'Keefe to 34 Fairview.
Yeah, get him inside the house. Any reaction today after court?
I mean, there's so much fucking evidence that they tried to get him to go back to the house. There's so much. I mean, Brian Higgins, you coming here with 1,000 question marks afterwards? Come on. There's so much evidence to indicate that there was absolutely a conspiracy to get him back to that house. Brian Higgins motioning. Chris Albert saying no. Brian Albert going, hey. Which I believe Brian Albert was saying, let's get him back to the house. Get him back to the house. Now, the whole "you're coming with me," I don't know what the fuck that was all about. I'm not even sure if that was even related. Because that would imply that there was a conspiracy from the beginning to get John O'Keefe back to the house. I don't think that was the case. I think that developed as Brian Higgins' fifis got hurt throughout that evening. That's what I think happened. I think between his fifis being hurt and between Brian Albert's instigating is how that developed. I'm not ready to think exactly. Now, I've entertained the possibility, but I come up with nothing when I'm thinking out loud about it. You know, I have no reason to believe that he was, or no overwhelming reason to believe that he was lured or that it was originally planned to get him back to the house so they could kill him or whatever, teach him a lesson or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, Karen Reed was speaking outside the courthouse.
What's up, Scott McGinnis? It's good to see you, buddy.
Today was another good day to ask her how the case is going, but also since there was that testimony from that acquaintance about the relationship, I wanted to ask her yet again about her relationship with Officer John O'Keefe. Take a listen. The relationship with John, what more can you share? The witness was talking about.
I think the video speaks for itself. Happy, loving, affectionate, no tension.
Do you think John and Brian Higgins were at odds? We see this angle of them. Look,
your feeling about the trial so far with the defense case?
I feel strong, Matt. I feel good. Thank you.
Okay, so that's after all half day, which was today, day 4.
And the thing is like Brennan's strategy is so fucking stupid, dude, because like Brennan is fucking around if he hasn't already done it, but he's fucking around with losing that jury completely. And it's real simple. Like, it's real simple. All you have to do, and we're talking about just a handful of people here, man. All you have to do is set them off. All you have to do is make them think that at any point, make that jury believe at any point that you're trying to pull one over on them, that you're trying to fuck with them, that you're trying to play with their heads. That's all you have to do to lose them completely, because everything that you present, once that happens, they're going to find a way to see that as what it is, especially Brennan, because Brennan doesn't have a case. So every single thing that Brennan does, see, this is going to be a complete and utter meltdown. It's a fire that burns everything. It's a small little flame. When he burns the jury's trust with one thing where the jury goes, he's trying to deceive us. Once they hear that, once they make that realization, it burns all the other shit that he's ever done up. Meaning, the most damning thing that he's got is the footage of Karen Reed in those interviews saying the things that she's saying. And all it takes is for him to burn up all the other shit that the jury, as far as credibility goes, for them to look at that footage and go, I don't know, man. I don't know if I trust that. Where's the context? I need to hear the whole interview. I need to hear what she said before, and I need to hear what she said after. Now, if they already think she's guilty, if they already think that Karen Reed is some asshole and that she's spouting these unfounded conspiracy theories and she's just doing anything she can to weasel her way out of taking accountability for a horrible crime, well, then when they look at those little snippets of interviews, they're going to be looking for things that are damning. They're going to look at those little snippets of interviews and they're going to go, oh my God, I can't believe that she said she had that many drinks. Oh my God, I can't believe she said that she thought she might have clipped him. That's an admission of guilt right there, as far as I'm concerned. That's how shit happens, dude. That's how echo chambers happen. That's how, it's really fucked up. It's sad, but that's how it happens. That's how human behavior is. And being a trial attorney is understanding this, I would imagine. Understanding this about a jury. Norman Corey, thank you so much. Defense needs to point out that the jury that the video in Dighton is the only video that Commonwealth, aka Proctor, couldn't control. We'll see. Hopefully they do. Hopefully they do. And yes, we are tribal. And understanding how tribal the nature of a tribe works, I would imagine is vital to being a trial attorney. Vital. And Brennan fucked up. Brennan got cocky. Because this whole case, again, there's no case. There's no evidence. There's no real evidence. So once that flame catches everything else on fire and burns all the credibility up of all the other stuff, because that's what's happening. The jury's going to look at everything now and doubt it. Brennan did this to himself by misleading the jury, by trying to deceive the jury with one thing. And whatever that one thing is, it'd be interesting to try to point out what that would be. But guarantee you at some point, Brennan lost this jury. At some point, this jury realized that they were being deceived by the prosecutor. And now they're looking for reasonable doubt in everything that Brennan presents. This jury will not convict Karen Reed. There is no way. There is no way.
In the defense case in chief, remember, the defense says that they're going to be spending about a week and a half to 2 weeks to present their case. Tomorrow is dark. That was a surprise to everyone because of the inclement weather coming in. The judge didn't want the jury to sit through a hot courtroom or to have those fans blaring to where they can't hear testimony very clearly. So Friday, we pick up testimony for the defense case, and that should be a full day, Vinny.
Now, to go off that point a little bit more, remember last trial, I've told this story a bunch of times. There was one time where I was in the courtroom for the last trial. I was in there with Brian LTL. And when it was the day that the jury saw that the video was inverted. It was the day that that the jury saw that the Sally Port video was inverted, and the jury and like the defense pointed this out, and when they wrapped up for the day, like that was it. Jury, we're sending you home. Jury left the room, and then everybody stands up and stretches and is about to leave, and David Yannetti was so excited, like me and Brian just happened to be in his path, and he comes up to both of us and he goes, "This is great." He goes, "Now the jury knows that the prosecution is trying to deceive them and not us." Because what that stems from is the jury generally assuming that the defense is trying to deceive them. That's the whole point. The person is accused. There's this whole underlying, this whole innocent until proven guilty. It's a guideline. It's something you have to keep in mind, but nobody actually ever really believes that going into a trial. Not knowing anything about it, they assume, well, we wouldn't be here if there wasn't enough evidence. So, let's just see how well the prosecution does in proving it. But we already assume that we're here for a reason. That's the unspoken underlying thing. The unspoken underlying reality of a trial, right? Thank you so much, Beetle Barrows. The prosecutor, I don't trust you, right? So, yeah, guilty till proven innocent trial channel, true. And so that was a big moment for the defense. That's why David Yannetti was so excited at that very moment, because he was like, this is great. The jury now knows, because the jury is going to automatically assume the defense is skating an uphill battle. It's difficult. You know what I mean? Because the jury, think about it. Look at the true crime community on YouTube alone, right? The true crime community on YouTube alone almost always automatically assumes the person is guilty. Almost always. They're looking for somebody somebody's head's got to be on a pike. Somebody's. There's always somebody. It's a village of pitchforkers. That's how the true crime community on YouTube always has been. The majority of people are just looking for somebody to blame. That's why they point fingers at missing kids' parents and boyfriends and husbands, always quick before they have any evidence whatsoever. Oh, I don't like the way he looks. Ooh, he must be guilty. Right? This happens all the time. Juries, probably not that much different. Definitely more disciplined, but I guarantee you there's that fear that's always there. So the defense is already at a disadvantage in that sense. So imagine David Yannetti's excitement when he says that. He's like, now they know. They know the prosecution's trying to deceive them and not us. He didn't say they think. He said, now the jury knows the prosecution is trying to deceive them and not us. So in this trial, though, because in that trial, that was the only thing. I was counting on that. I was like, that's it. That's the win, right? That's the win. But the problem with that is it didn't turn out that way, did it? There was a mistrial. She wasn't acquitted. There was a mistrial. She was acquitted on one of the charges, but due to stupidity and lack of accountability on certain people's parts, and this ended up being a fucking mistrial. But in this particular trial, they didn't make that mistake. In this particular trial, they focused on all of these things, and Brennan helped with it. Brennan's been shooting down his own prosecution on cross from the defense's witnesses since the defense started to present their case. It's amazing. I've never seen anything like it. No, and that's also a very, very strong factor there, trial channel. Make sure to subscribe to the trial channel, guys. That's a very, very, very strong point. Because there's no investigations have been this bad that I've ever covered in any case ever. Right? I mean, this is the first time that I've covered a case where I've covered a case in real time and the person is absolutely innocent. This is the first time that's ever happened. So, in all fairness, yes, people assume guilt, but I can proudly say that ever since I started covering true crime, I have never ever jumped on these person is guilty bandwagons before I get all the evidence. I never ever do that. I always wait to get to the evidence, and I make enemies doing it. People get mad at me because I will absolutely point out another YouTube creator who is spreading misinformation and doing it very irresponsibly, because 9 out of 10 times it's been a parent of a missing kid. And when there's no evidence to point to that missing person, that missing person's loved one, when there's no evidence pointing in their direction and there's no evidence of foul play, well, I'm not going to just let you sit there and lead a campaign to destroy these people's lives via the internet. I'm just not going to let you sit there and do that. Now, I don't have much power, not yet, but I mean, I do what I can. I use my platform as best as I can. It's limited, I only reach so many people. But the problem is that this is the majority of how the true crime community thinks. And it sucks. It's really irresponsible. But this case is a hidden blessing. Despite all the horrible shit that it comes with, it's a hidden blessing for the true crime community, because now you're seeing somebody who actually is innocent, and you're seeing someone get railroaded. You're seeing that it can actually happen to anybody. This can happen. So hopefully, following this case, people will think twice before being really quick to point the finger at somebody without any evidence in future cases. But the point I was trying to make is, now in this case, we don't have just a Sallyport inverted video moment. We have a Higgins in the Waterfall Bar and Grill moment. We have the text messages from Proctor moment. We have the fact that these lead investigators, that Tully didn't even take the stand. Proctor didn't even take the stand. Higgins didn't even take the stand. We have all of these things showing that the prosecution's case is bullshit and showing why it's bullshit. I think that what the defense is doing, at least I see what they're doing. And I think that this is a great, great strategy from Karen Reed's defense. I think it's going to do great, great things. I think it's absolutely going to lock down an acquittal for Karen Reed. And I think that it is going to pave the road towards any chance of justice that John O'Keefe will ever have.
Okay, but I was in a trial there back in around the turn of the century, and it was over 90 degrees in that courtroom, and we didn't take any days off. I know. All right.
I mean,
enjoy
dude, come on with that shit, dude. Yeah, the whole taking a day off because it was hot. Give me a fucking break, dude. Do I have to reference every fucking courtroom drama that takes place in the South that we've seen? For some reason, they don't have air conditioners. They don't even have fucking fans. It's weird. Like, now, do you recall exactly what the temperature was that night? It was a cool night, as I recall from your statement. In your statement, did you not state that it was a cool 97 degrees that evening? I mean, that's why is it, and it's hot in Boston. It's too hot in Boston to have a fucking trial. Are you fucking kidding me? Is that supposed to be a joke? It's too hot in Boston to have a trial. Like, dude, you ever see A Time to Kill? Everybody's fucking sweating in the courtroom, dude. Everybody's fucking sweating. Matthew McConaughey is fucking drenched. And he's like, now imagine if that little girl was white. Like, he was drenched. He was dripping with sweat, dude. You know what I mean? It's it's like they didn't upgrade courthouses at all. Once air conditioners were invented in Savannah, Georgia. Like, it's absolutely fucking ridiculous, dude. I remember it was a scorcher of an evening. Fuck out of here, dude. Too hot. It's too hot, people, to have a fucking trial in Dedham County.
Enjoy it, Matt. Thanks so much. Great reporting as always. Let's bring in our think tank live in studio tonight. Civil rights attorney and trial attorney Erica Wilson, criminal defense attorney and law professor Meg Strickler, and
I love this panel.
Criminal defense attorney, the man behind the glasses, Josh Schiffer.
It's great to
hot.
Is it too hot in here?
Yeah,
It's so warm.
Well, I keep the studio a little warm because I like it warm. So if you ever get too hot, it's my fault.
You love it.
You know, I've
Yeah.
had judges, I've had the AC go out in DeKalb County here in Atlanta.
And
They
they
made
canceled?
us, they made us continue in court and keep our jackets on. It was awful.
I swear there are some judges that mess with the AC to put pressure on either defendants, plaintiffs, prosecutors. It's part of the law.
In that tiny courtroom, because they have so many people, 70 people in a tiny courtroom, when they put that fan on, you can't hear. I was in there when the fan was on. Like, nobody can hear each other. So they have to turn it off. It's a historical courthouse, which means they don't have the traditional air conditioning like we do.
I don't want to hear that. And it was requested that they do it in this
in the
small
tiny courtroom.
courtroom.
Yeah, the other one doesn't have air conditioning either, but it's a much larger room. So you have a
Well,
better
some of these
opportunity.
older buildings, though, even like here in Georgia, we have some old, beautiful courthouses that we lovely get to practice in. And there isn't AC all the time in there, but the buildings are made with marble and all these wonderful things that keep the buildings cool.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about a cold night.
A
Back in
snowy
2020, it was snowy, and Lucky is plowing the streets. Goes by at 2:40, 3 o'clock, sees nothing on 34 Fairview, and says he's looking out. Goes by at 3:30 and sees a Ford Edge there. Let's talk first about seeing nothing. Could that be reasonable doubt by itself?
Absolutely not. Why does it matter? You didn't see any.
I mean, yeah, people. I saw this on Twitter and I saw people saying it in the chat just now. Like, I get it. Like, I absolutely think that there's a real reason that there's a day off, and it's so Spanky can regroup, because it is a scheduling issue. So, yeah.
See anything. That doesn't prove anything.
He didn't see the body on the front yard.
But does that mean it wasn't there?
I don't know.
Because think about it. Chances are, like, if the prosecution needs a day to regroup, well, then the defense is going to see that as an advantage as well, and they can take the day and regroup. You know, that's just another day that the defense can keep tighten their shit up a little bit, even though there might not be any need to, but that's how you stay sharp. You know what I'm saying? Even your champion Patriots, when it was Belichick and Brady, even they practiced when they were on top, you know? So it's just how it is.
No one saw it.
There was no visibility. It was a blizzard. He could have been covered. The fact that he might have omitted and didn't see it didn't mean the body wasn't there.
Well, the timing of the blizzard, because I am a part-time meteorologist, they had about 3/8 of an inch of snow. The real snow came after police responded in the morning.
No, they were doing something because he's plowing. So I don't know if you're correct on that. It was a blizzard for real.
The meteorologist for the prosecution told us how much snow there was.
Yeah, and everybody from the prosecution is always to be trusted.
I'm roughly 6'2", 217, and there's absolutely no way that if I'm lying in a front yard, you're at.
Close enough. It's government work. Come on. So there's absolutely no way that anybody within, say, 20% of my body size lying on the ground under 3/8 of the inch of snow is missed by a plow driver who pays very close attention to what's going on in the front of that truck.
And well, his testimony, Erica, was that he could see all the way to the front door. Why would Lucky lie?
Well, Lucky,
or is he misremembering? Or did he not look?
I think he's having some issues with misremembering. I think he's a townie. So there's some concerns with that and whether he's credible in his testimony. But I do think he's misremembering a lot of things conveniently at this.
Yeah, but if he's a townie, get the fuck out of here. If he's a townie, that works better for the prosecution, lady. What are you talking about? Yeah, so what if he's a townie? If he's a townie, then he has no reason to fucking lie for the defense. What are you talking about?
At this point,
is it a problem that investigators really didn't reach out to him?
Well, that's funny because remember, the prosecution is the one who put the case on. This is the defense, and they're trying to punch holes in things.
No, but investigators never even
because
talked
they
to
didn't
him
think he was. I'm
to try
arguing,
to prove the case.
They didn't think he was a credible witness, had anything to say. That's my thought.
But they never interviewed him.
And that's because they were busy doing, in defense of the state, they were busy doing the rest of what they thought was a thorough investigation. And the defense very aptly said, hey, there might be a plow driver. Let's go figure it out. That's how he comes up in this process. I'm certain that as the investigation went on through the police, they probably would have gotten to him. But making such a big deal about who got to him first, he wasn't an eyewitness to any violence. He is a circumstantial evidence. No one was.
Nobody was a witness to violence here. That's part of the problem, isn't it?
Correct. But remember,
no one saw anything.
When he testified today, he testified at 2:30, 2:45, 3 o'clock. When he drove by and then did the second time around, he saw nothing. And that's the key point of what the defense is trying to convey. They have to build it up with the other witnesses.
Yeah.
And that's their plot here.
But it's not just seeing nothing. It's at 3:30 in the morning, seeing a Ford Edge parked in the street.
That wasn't there the
Edge?
first time.
Was it an Edge or was it a Focus?
I don't know. I wasn't there.
Because he doesn't know either. They're conflating it.
Right.
They don't know if it was
But
an
there's
Edge
a
or
car
Focus.
parked right where the body was found.
Well, I thought it was odd
Is that strange?
How he said that Alberts never have anybody parked outside on the street.
They have a big driveway.
And they have a big driveway. I know he was born and bred there, knows these folks, and was good friends with Chris and blah, blah, blah. I heard all about that. But it just seems like a
Too
rather
much
intimate-
information?
Yes.
Too much of a detail.
Yes.
It's too much of a detail for me.
Makes you suspicious that he who passes thousands
Will
of
the jury
homes-
be suspicious of Lucky Lochran?
You never know who the jury is suspicious of, but here's the important part.
Whose car was it?
We don't know.
Doesn't matter. Here's what matters.
It's right where the body was found.
Wasn't part of the state's case. And now there's more information piled up higher and deeper about questions. What did happen? Because now you got a new guy, Lucky. He's great. He's the Mr. Plow of this trial. And he basically said, hey, here's more info that doesn't line up.
Yep, that's all they need to do is point reasonable doubt.
Reasonable
that's
doubt.
the plot of the defense.
Yep.
But we're beyond reasonable doubt. They've made so many promises in their opening statement. They're putting so much stuff out there that now they got to prove it up. So now it's their case to
The
prove.
defense needs to prove it up.
Dude, this lady just said earlier, just a second ago, that's too much of a detail for me. What do you mean it's too much of a detail for you, bro? What does that mean? Too much of a detail for you? Like, how could you have too much of a detail when you're trying to get to the truth of what happened? No. That's too much of a fact. I can't have that. That's too much of a detail to be fact. No. What?
Yes.
The burden
You
shifting-
can't just throw that. You can't just throw this stuff out there and not prove it.
No, I don't agree. I think it's reasonable doubt only. That's all they have to do. They got to punch holes in the
Okay.
fence, and that's it.
When we come back, did Turtle Boy, Aiden Kearney, threaten Lucky? We're going to show you some things very interesting relative to that. Plus, coming up next hour.
Tonight on Vinnie Politan Investigates, a look at the trial of Sean Diddy Combs, hip-hop mogul and accused.
Downfall of an all-new look. Everything changed tonight, 9/8 Central on Court TV.
Was the online blogger threatening or saying that he would expose you and tell personal things about you if you weren't helpful?
He was not threatening.
Let's remove the word threatening. Was the person communicating and making clear to you that if you didn't testify in a certain way, there would be some consequence to you? Anytime from when you first spoke to the private investigator until today, were there communications made to you by an online blogger that there would be consequence for you if you didn't testify in a way that was acceptable to them?
No.
So the blogger that Hank Brennan is referencing is Turtle Boy, Aiden Kearney, right? Big part of this story from almost the beginning. And he's not mentioned in court, but it seems that Hank Brennan is referencing an alleged threat that was made by Turtle Boy against Lucky, trying to undermine the credibility of his testimony because trying to say, hey, he's testifying this way because of these threats. Well, a video of Turtle Boy talking about Lucky a few years ago was posted on X by John Barron.
You should fear me, like not fear, not like physical fear, but like I said, the Alberts fear me much more than I fear them because I have the ability to severely.
Now, I don't know much about this John Barron person, but his name just keeps on coming up as somebody who's no bueno. So I understand that he was actually in this chat and got hidden at some point. Yeah. Apparently this guy, I don't know why Vinny's giving him any love. It's fucking weird.
Change their lives. And that goes for you too, Stephen. And that goes for you too, Mr. Lucky. You need to contact me and do the right thing, and you're gonna have a conversation.
All right, let's break this down.
You should fear me.
Was posted on X by John Barron.
You should fear me, like not fear, not like physical fear, but like I said, the Alberts fear me much more than I fear them because I have the ability to severely change their lives. And that goes for you too, Stephen. And that goes for you too, Mr. Lucky. You need to contact me and do the right thing, and you're going to have a conversation with me, or Brian Albert finds out what you did.
Okay, now there was also an article posted on Turtle Boy News. Take a look here. The headline, Canton cover-up, part 47. Plow driver who went by 34 Fairview Road and never reported seeing body is Selectman's brother, friends with the Albert family. And then you'll also recall that Turtle Boy, after court today, talked about contacting him and via text message. And there was a text message, and Turtle Boy posted, he goes, "Hi, Brian, I have a question." He replies, "Okay. And did you plow Fairview Road on the..."
All right, I see people are saying that I missed it, but if anybody knows, if anybody's got a timestamp for when Turtle Boy said this on his live last night and he explained this, I'd like to see it.
Morning of January 29th, 2022. I'm willing to keep your name out of this as I don't want you dragged into this. And then Lucky responds, "I'm not answering any questions anymore. I'm sorry if that makes things difficult." So that's the back and forth. And there, Turtle Boy saying no threats involved. But I think Hank Brennan was probably referencing the video. So let's take a look at some more of the cross-examination on this issue with Lucky in court today.
You knew that a person or persons were putting out private pictures of you online.
I did notice.
And those private pictures, you didn't give anybody permission or want that attention, did you?
I did not.
In fact, it wasn't just some private pictures. It was pictures taken from a number of different times in your life, correct?
Yes.
You never gave anybody permission to do that?
I did not.
You didn't want people talking about you or asking you questions?
Right. First of all, no permission is needed for that. You put those pictures out on the internet, they're there for grabs where people are going to grab them. That's just how that is, dude. You get arrested and you get a mugshot, that shit's public record. That shit gets out there. It just is what it is.
Questions that was none of their business, did you?
I did not.
And it was embarrassing that you were being made this.
See, what he's trying to do here is he's trying to manipulate Lucky. He's trying to manipulate him and trying to turn him against Turtle Boy, or at least in the eyes of the jury. This is a clear manipulation tactic by Hank Brennan here. And what he's doing, like I said, he's trying to paint the picture for the jury, at least trying to manipulate the conversation to appear as though Lucky feels betrayed by Turtle Boy, which is, again, smoke and mirrors. It's irrelevant. It's absolutely irrelevant. Because it doesn't paint the picture that he was pressured to say anything specific.
Public spectacle when you had done nothing wrong, correct?
Thank you.
Ask it differently.
Scott, thank you so much for grabbing that. I appreciate it.
Was it embarrassing what they were doing to you?
I wouldn't say embarrassing as more as aggravating.
Did you learn that information was coming out about your brother?
I knew my brother was dealing with other issues regarding this case.
And certainly, you're close with your brother.
Yes.
You care for your brother.
Yes.
You did not want to upset anybody and have more attention brought on to your brother, did you?
I did not.
And there was an attempt to link your brother to one of the Alberts, in fact, correct?
Yes.
After you testified, things got better.
I wouldn't say better. It's gotten a little more easily manageable.
You were no longer being harassed, you were being embraced.
Correct.
And that's you, Mr. Laughlin?
Yes.
You can take that down, please. Thank you for your time.
Okay, so what's the result of this in front of the jury? Now, the jury doesn't see the video like we showed you, but what exactly is going on here? Back with us, our think tank, civil rights and trial attorney Erica Wilson, criminal defense attorney, law professor Meg Strickler, and Josh Schiffer. Let's start first. What is the impact on the jury?
More mess, more confusion, more allegations that this guy that we just listened to might have some reasons to not be telling us the truth, but he's very clear and he's enunciating it very clearly. Makes me almost go, well, those words are put in his mouth, while at the same time going, no, that's exactly a guy who really wants to be heard speaks.
Which is more intimidating, right?
Yeah, I love that.
It can go either way, like lying about what you didn't see and potentially.
That's almost, I mean, I explained it a lot longer and more unnecessarily than I needed to yesterday. But I agree with Elton John there. The man behind the glasses. I agree with him. That's pretty much what I said yesterday.
Implicating law enforcement or not saying what a local blogger wants you to say?
I think the truth would be the best idea. We just gave me A or B. I want C, which is just say what happened.
No. But I'm saying which
yeah.
One side, because the prosecution is saying he's being intimidated by this guy on YouTube.
Right, which is silly. It's silly.
He's being intimidated and forced to lie on the witness stand by a guy on.
Because here's the thing. Now, we're going to get to Turtle Boy's explanation on that when this is over, I promise. But here's the thing about that. Like, chances are Lucky didn't even see that broadcast. Like, that's all they, I might understand if they pulled up clip after clip after clip after clip of Turtle Boy going, Lucky, I know who you are. I know where you are. You better say something, blah, 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 blah. Something, something to that effect. If there were like a bunch of clips that even could be construed as that, then maybe, even still, just maybe. But this one clip, dude, like Lucky probably didn't even see it. Shit's got nothing to do with Lucky. The fact is that this is all a distraction from the fact that the FBI went and talked to him. That the FBI went and talked to Lucky Loughran. That's what happened. Then he got subpoenaed by the prosecution. He said what he was there to say. He said what he saw to the best of his memory. And then he was called the second trial by the defense and gave the same testimony. So I don't understand what the big to do is here over Turtle Boy. You know, like it's silly that Brennan even brought him in. Like and it's, as I stated before, it's totally counterproductive to their efforts of trying to silence him, because now Turtle Boy's name has been brought into this when there's no reason for it to be brought in. As far as this aspect of the Karen Reed case, there's no reason for it. It's irrelevant. The fact that he's done nothing but praise Lucky Lochran this whole time, that's all he's done. And now all Brennan did was put Turtle Boy in front of a bunch of news cameras and news microphones saying, how come this blogger found Lucky and the lead investigator, Michael Proctor, didn't? That's the question everybody should be asking. Like, Brennan's stupid, dude. Brennan's so dumb.
On YouTube to potentially implicate members of law enforcement.
make sense.
Does that make sense?
It does not make sense.
Who's in the room with them?
Right.
He's there.
Now, don't get me wrong. I love this shit for Aiden. I fucking love that it's happening. I fucking love it. I love that Brennan's that fucking stupid. But nevertheless, one would be remiss to not point out the fact that this was really stupid on Hank Brennan's part.
This has zero impact on the jury. I think the operative word that he used was aggravating. I think the jurors are probably aggravated at this point with him, because what value
with Lucky?
With the
whole
defense, this whole thing. Why is he?
Who is this person? Does she have ears and eyes? Who the fuck is this person? Like, that person right there on that panel convinces me that they will just stick anybody there no matter what their opinion. Like, as long as her opinion is the opposition of the defense, that's why she's there. She's not there because she's going to make good points. They didn't vet her in any way. Because if they did, they would have had to realize that she was a fucking idiot within fucking 2 seconds of conversation with her. Simple. Do you think Karen Reed is guilty or innocent? I think she's guilty. Why? Whatever the next answer would have been like, okay, let's find somebody else. Whoever this producer is who's picking people to be on this panel, dude, I don't know what the fuck you're thinking. Like, this person is a fucking moron. Like, this is bad for the aggravating. This the perfect word was aggravating. Aggravating for even the panelists were like, what are you even talking about? Aggravating for who? The defense? How? Aggravating for the jury because they're sick of the defense? The jury finds the defense aggravating? They're presenting their case. What do you mean? The fuck are you even talking about, lady?
Even there, like, what value is he bringing to the defense at this point?
He's another person who didn't see the body.
Yeah, bro. Who is this idiot?
What value
with Lucky?
With the defense,
scene.
this whole thing. Why is he even there? Like, what value is he?
Okay, what value is Lucky Lochran bringing to the defense? He's an eyewitness who saw a Ford Edge that probably belonged to a McAlbert, because a bunch of McAlberts drove Ford Edges. What the fuck do you mean, what value? This dude is a star witness for the defense. Lucky Lochran is a star witness for the defense. Like, he didn't see a body, and he saw a Ford Edge parked there. And the Ford Edge being parked there brings up all kinds of questions, dude. All fucking kinds of questions.
is he bringing to the defense at this point?
He's another person who didn't see the body.
He brings
and saw Ford Edge.
Exactly.
Vinny's even dumbfounded. He's just like, is she for real? Like, Vinny had nothing to do with that person sitting on the panel. Just by his reaction, he was like, am I crazy? He looked at everybody like, am I crazy? He's a person who didn't see a body and he saw Ford Edge. Like, what? Oh my God, dude. Where does Court TV find these motherfuckers?
He brings huge value to the defense because it's yet another.
Look at her. I don't know. Whatever. I don't know.
Inconsistent version of what may or may not have happened on that night.
She is simply there to be dismissive.
What I found troubling was when Brennan's going against him so much, I worry, did he go too far? Did he not go too far enough? Did it hurt the Commonwealth's case by picking on a guy who clearly didn't want to be involved?
The implication is
harassed
by the defense on this cross-examination is that you're lying right now. You're making this up because you were pressured by a guy on YouTube.
Well, that's the problem with the Commonwealth right now, because this is a really weird defense and it's a really weird case. I mean, we know this, right? But when you cross anybody, we defense lawyers are experts at doing that. Prosecutors are not. And you see that a little bit here. His skill level is not
But
as
Hank's
good.
a defense attorney.
No, I know, but I'm saying the prosecutor usually is never the guy who cross-examines. Okay.
But this one does all the time because he's a defense attorney just getting paid a couple $100,000 to
But
get
I
his
hear
case.
you. But he's looking like a prosecutor who doesn't
you
cross.
think? Okay,
yes,
gotcha.
Yes.
He's back definitely.
Okay. See, I like this lady a lot. She's like, he's looking like a prosecutor who doesn't cross, which means he's very telling, which means he's fucking up his cross examinations one after the other. Like he's cagging every single cross-examination. That's what she's saying because she doesn't want to outright say this guy is a fucking jackass and he's fucking up his entire prosecution.
Playing the prosecutor role from the prosecutor perspective and how he approaches the witness as I've got a state's case to carry. And the problem that I think Meg's really talking about, that we've talked about a number of times, the state's spending all this time getting in front of what they expect the defense to argue, that they're missing the fact they're required to carry their burden clearly.
By fighting so hard to make him look like a liar, does it almost bolster and make his testimony more important?
Bingo.
Yes.
Should he just left it alone and said, well, lucky snow plowing, folks. He didn't see anything.
I would have left it. He's by definition who he is and just leave it.
Right.
I'm the person who likes to do crosses in very specific, just a few things and sit down. To each his own lawyer-wise, but in this context, just do a few and walk away. Let him be a non-player.
I don't feel like Lucky's a liar.
Lucky is lucky. Lucky is lucky.
Lucky to me has no value.
Vinny's full-on free Karen Reed, bro. just wear a purple wear a pink tie now, dude. Just do it. Just wear the pink tie. Just wear the pink tie, dude.
I'm the only one here. Y'all are pro defense, and I get that. And maybe I'm too much on the state side, but I do feel like the state should have just left it alone because to me, I'm just like, I don't even know why he's here.
I think we agree
he would have
across
been
the
one of
board
those
on
witnesses.
that.
I would have just been like, just let them do whatever they want to do with him because I don't see a point.
We definitely agree.
And this
across
is
the
a
board on
pattern
that.
now, though. This is a pattern because you had Officer Devers earlier in the week who changed her story,
I know.
was very adversarial on the stand. All of a sudden, her testimony is more important. Lucky's testimony is more important. Where
Vinny was never anti-Karen Reed. Vinny never thought Karen Reed was guilty. Like, I guarantee it. I'm sure he questioned it. I'm sure he entertained it. That's what he's supposed to do. He's supposed to be objective. I questioned it. I entertained it for a long time. I was looking for anything that was plausible. That's how you find something, is to think objectively. For the longest time, I looked at all the evidence and I was like, I'm waiting to see something that indicates that she actually did this. Something. There's got to be some smoking gun. They wouldn't be going to trial if there wasn't some smoking gun. Sure enough, they went to trial. No smoking gun. Just Lally being frumpy. That was it. That's all they had. Lally fucking in his hair gel and his own poor posture. Oh, what if anything? And that's all he had. There was nothing. And I was like, okay, she's totally being fucking framed. She did not do this. Listening to Arca testify, there's no fucking way she did this. No fucking way.
Whereas if they had just let it be,
it's focusing a spotlight on a witness that should have been, no, man, this is nothing.
Right.
They should have gotten up and down and said, Lucky, you plow thousands of streets a year.
You're a
You
plow
remember
driver.
this one
Right.
super well, right? You got any others you remember
That's
like
it.
this?
Yeah.
And
Walk
sit down,
away.
doesn't matter what the answer is.
Walk
Walk
away.
No, man, like you're looking at that the wrong way. It's not that, oh my God, his memory's going to be hazy because he plows thousands of streets. Dude, that's why his memory's good, because he's been doing those same fucking streets for like 20 years. Like, so that's why his memory is credible. He found something out of the ordinary and it stuck out in his mind and he remembered it. He came across a situation where he had to ask himself, do I call this in? Do I do what I always do? Wait, no, that's the Albert house. I know those people. I'm just going to opt to keep going and plow around the Ford Edge. That's what I'm going to do. That's what he did. That's why it stuck out. Yes, I know this street. Yes, I know who lives on this street. Yes, I know who lives in this house on this street. Yes, I know people who drive a Ford Edge.
It was snowing that day. Yes,
Yeah.
it was. Could you see? Okay.
Bada boom.
it's
read
Massachusetts.
that.
It snows all the time.
All the time. This guy's been
Exactly.
plowing for 30 years. Tuesday.
All right.
What were you doing?
When we come back, we're going to take a trip. What happened at the Waterfall Bar and Grill?
Aaron is John O'Keefe
Okay.
for a kiss on the forehead. I'm referring to that head right there.
Understood. Okay. And,
And then-
I think you had said something else.
And then that right there is John O'Keefe with the hat.
Okay. There's a ball cap.
Correct.
And on the video, as we're looking at it, it's to the right up the top. It's to the right of the PM chyron there.
Right
up the
to the
top of
right
the
of-
screen.
Correct, sorry.
If we could continue to play. Stop. What do you see?
So I see John giving Karen a kiss on the forehead.
Interesting. Waterfall Bar and Grill. This is a friend of Karen and John's who went to go meet her husband, who's having a sandwich there that night, and went to the Waterfall Bar and Grill and spent a lot of time with Karen Reed. Take a listen.
If you can, ma'am, would you please use that pointer to show where you are first?
That's me.
Okay. And Brian Higgins?
That's him.
All right. Do you recognize, at this point in the video, do you recognize anybody else?
Not right now.
Okay. If we could start to play it, Mr. Wolf. And stop for a second. I would ask you, as soon as you recognize somebody else, if you speak up and tell us to stop and we'll pause.
Okay. So right there is Karen's head.
Okay. Is that the back of Karen's head or?
Correct. So that's the back of her head.
All right.
And then
you're by the way, just so the record's clear, over Mr. Higgins' shoulder, there appears to be a face looking forward on the right shoulder. You see that, right?
correct.
You're not referring to that. You're referring to the long hair that's in back of that face.
Yes.
correct?
Could I point to it
Sure.
again? Okay. So I'm referring to that head right there.
Understood. Okay.
And then-
I think you had said something else.
And then that right there is John O'Keefe with the hat.
Okay. There's a ball cap.
Correct.
And on the video, as we're looking at it, it's to the right up the top. It's to the right of the PM chyron there. up
Right
the
to the
top of
right
the
of-
screen.
Correct. Sorry.
If we could continue to play. Stop. What do you see?
So I see John giving Karen a kiss on the forehead.
Is that what you saw that night?
I did. I was looking right at them when it happened.
You were facing them.
I was facing them.
And what about Mr. Higgins? Where was he facing?
It appears that he's facing them as well.
That happened right in front of him.
Now, it means the same if you kiss a guy on the forehead, you know. That's nice. It's a little patronizing actually. But it's like, I mean, but if you're Burgess, then like how do you miss? How do you miss his forehead if you're Burgess?
That's what it looks like.
If we could play further.
No, it's a little patronizing. Like if you're taking care of me when I'm sick, that's fine, but don't do that shit in public. Don't do that shit in public. But like a guy kissing his lady in public on the forehead, that's different. I never realized that, but it's different. Like if a woman kissed me on my forehead in public, I don't know, man. I'd be like, what the fuck are you doing? What was that? What kind of shit is that?
Okay, you can stop and we can take that down.
I don't know. I don't know why.
Is this kiss just a kiss? Let me show you. You've got Karen Reed, Brian Higgins, and then you've got John O'Keefe, who comes in with the ball cap. There you see him. Kiss on the forehead right in front of Brian Higgins, the man who was texting Karen that night. They had exchanged a kiss at John O'Keefe's house that John did not know about. Well, is this kiss just a kiss?
Good evidence if they left that, but I didn't like how she said that she's never seen people be affectionate like that. I thought that was a really odd thing to say.
She said she's never seen a forehead kiss.
Yeah, true. But that's bizarre at best. And I just that
why is that bizarre? Maybe, maybe the Greek goddess doesn't get that much public affection in that sense that she longs for. Maybe ever since this testimony, hubby took her out to a nice dinner and bought her some flowers and kissed her on the forehead. You never know. But that's, maybe she just hasn't been exposed to that particular display of PDA. It's not, maybe people kiss you on the forehead all the time.
Ruined a little bit of what she was talking about. That
Really?
Yes, for me.
Yeah, I disagree. I think the emphasis on the forehead kiss, that's
I think that she's just not a romantic. I think that this lady right here is just like, oh, Jesus, with your corny bullshit. she's just like, oh man, I'm not going there. I'm not going there.
that's different from like a peck on the cheek. The forehead kiss is like, and it is sweet. It's very endearing. You don't really see it a lot.
You do see it. Come on.
It was an intentional. That was a show kiss. I think
To be right in front of Brian Higgins.
Yeah,
Exactly.
and that's
in front
exactly
of Brian
it.
Higgins.
Brian Higgins.
See, I'm with this dude right here, bro. I'm with him right here. Me and him, we're on the same page. I think I think Boston Police Officer John O'Keefe absolutely intended for Brian Higgins to see that kiss because he knew that there was some tension going on between him and Karen Reed. He knew it, and he wanted to let him know. This is my girl. This is my girl right here, dude. You ain't never gonna have what we have. I don't care how much you text her. I don't give a fuck how insecure she is in our relationship right now. I don't give a fuck. She's mine. She ain't going nowhere. You're just entertainment for the moment, bro. You were just a thought, homie. A thought that didn't even get none. That's all you were. I would have absolutely done the same shit. In theory, you know what I mean? Most dudes would start a fight. You know what I mean? But John was that's the act of a man who's perfectly secure in his relationship with his girl. Perfectly secure with at least how he knew she felt about him and how he felt about her. Maybe they had problems, but the feelings, that was not in question. The feelings were not in question, and that was a simple display of these feelings are not in question, sir. Good luck to you, but not here. You're going to have to look somewhere else. That's what that was. That's what I truly believe that was.
Listen, if that's my significant other, it's a kiss on the mouth. It's a peck goodbye. You're going to grab
slow
somebody.
down, Josh.
You're going to grab somebody by the head and give them the old mwah. Like, that's to show Brian Higgins, look.
Who I own, so to speak.
Listen.
That's when you're a possessive shitbag. Okay? That's when you're a possessive, insecure shitbag. when you're like, oh, I'm going to show him. Nah, come here. That's no, a simple, small little kiss on the forehead says all you need. Says all you need. That's it. It's not even that. It's not even that difficult. You know what I mean? To understand. It's not even that difficult. Like sitting there grabbing this woman, it shows that you're in possession of her. But that's if I see a dude do that, like if he feels insecure about me being around and he's with his girl and I guess she's saying some shit about me or something and he does that, I'm going to go, damn, dude. You know, like that's my reaction is going to be something along the lines of, hey, man. Okay. You know, like, good for you, dude. All right, man. Yeah. Give her that tongue. Right on. You showed me. Like, that's going to be my attitude towards that. You know what I'm saying? Now, if there's a situation, if I'm in John's position and there's a situation going on like that, I like to say that the person that I am today would kiss on the forehead and just be like, and that would be, you know what I mean? Like if I'm Brian Higgins, if I'm in Brian Higgins, let me rephrase that. Scratch all that. If I'm Brian Higgins and I'm in that situation, right? Tough situation. I'm going to be like, all right, I got it. Good for you, man. I wish you guys the best. That's what a man would do. You know what I mean? It's understandable. Listen, dude, as men, it's understandable. You have, especially if you're Higgy, you know what I'm saying? Now, this is the thing about Higgy. Like, we make fun of him because he's got no fucking game, right? We make fun of him for that. But the thing is, though, in the sense of dealing with Karen, I don't hold anything against him, really. Like, people are like, oh my God, that's your friend's girl, blah, 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 blah. Thing is, man, when it comes to men and having intimacy issues, because all men have some level of intimacy issues to some degree. It doesn't have to be sexual in nature. It's a thing. And I realize that Brian Higgins, being the guy that he is, was in a difficult situation. You have a very, very attractive woman like Karen Reed, and very attractive in literally every sense. She's physically attractive. She's educated. She's got moxie up the yin yang. You know, she's not to be fucked with. She demands respect. She's somebody who was raised to be the kind of woman that any parent would want their daughter to grow up like, as to be that person. You know, someone who demands respect, someone who you don't need to protect because you taught her to be the kind of person that demands the kind of respect that there's no need for protection, and that there will be people around her that will protect her if need be because they respect her so much. That's the achievement that the Reeds made with Karen. You see what I'm saying? And this is a very, very, very attractive thing. Like, all these check marks make for a dope ass lady. You know what I'm saying? And that dope ass lady out of nowhere fucking texts you and tells you you're hot. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a struggle. You know, because Higgins is like, I don't go around and fuck everything in sight. You know, he doesn't know how. He feels intimidated by women. Clearly he does. So he doesn't know how to fucking do any of that shit. So he sees an opportunity here that never happens, by the way. It never happens. A woman like Karen Reed texts you out of nowhere, tells you you're hot, especially when you're not. That's this dude's wheels start turning. Brian Higgins' wheels start turning. He starts thinking beyond sex. He's thinking, I want to have sex with her regularly. I want to have her under my arm. I want to take her to places and say, this is my lady. This is my girl. He wants to show her off. He wants to, he feels that this is an accomplishment that he is missing. He's got the car he wants to drive. He's got the career he wants to have. All he's missing is the girl. Karen Reed is the perfect girl, as far as that's concerned. As far as the image he's trying to complete himself with, Karen Reed is the perfect addition to that. So he is thinking on this level. And he's also thinking, well, if their relationship is so fucking great, then why the fuck is she texting me? And if she's texting me, that means that fate means that we belong together. That's what he's thinking, because he's a douchebag, because he's a cuck. And he thinks, oh, it's the universe. Stars are aligning. That has to be the case here, because this never happens. Doesn't happen to me, and it doesn't happen to guys like me, ever. So this must be kismet. And so he's willing to fight for it. He's willing to fight for it. Now, Karen lives in the real world, and Karen, her judgment was definitely poor. But again, Karen is dealing with her health issues. She's dealing with John trying to balance and John trying to deal with balancing a relationship and being a new parent. 2 kids who just suffered a horrible loss and are clearly trying to cope themselves. John's hands are full. His plate is full. Karen's plate is full. She feels insecure in their relationship. Her judgment is clouded. She ends up doing this to get, in my opinion, she achieves what she was trying to achieve. She achieves what she was trying to achieve, and what she does is she reaches out to try to make John jealous or get some sort of reaction from him, to assess by John's reaction to that situation where they stand. It's manipulative, but it's a useful tactic. It's a very useful tactic. A tactic that only a woman could use on a man. A man can't pull that shit. Man can't do that shit. But a woman can do that with a man because men's instincts are different than women's. So a woman can do these things. And so she takes this chance. It doesn't go very far. It doesn't go too far that's unforgivable. Right? We were just texting. Did you guys hook up? Nope. That's all John needed to know. His dick was never in you. We're good. Cool. We can move on from it. It happens. We're not married. You know, it happens. It hurts, but it happens. We'll move past it. Just one more thing. So, but Brian Higgins' interpretation of all this, he just thinks, hey, that situation is at its end and it's not ending fast enough. That guy's got my girl. He's not thinking, I'm trying to take his girl. Nobody thinks that way. Otherwise, that makes them bad, evil people, doesn't it? Nobody wants to be the villain in their own story, do they? So his manner of justifying all this in his own mind is, she texted me. They gotta be having problems. That just means it's a matter of time before it's officially over, but it's already over. So since it's technically already over, not officially over, then morally speaking, I'm on the high ground here by pursuing what is inevitably going to be my girl. That's how Brian Higgins is thinking. And you add that to taunting from a guy like Brian Albert and a whole lot of Jameson and Gingers. You add those things to that aspect, and then you got a guy who is going to start a fight. This guy is not a lover. He's a fighter. It's that simple. You got lovers and you got fighters. He's not a lover. He's a fighter. He's a soldier, and he's an ATF agent. His only solution to this problem is take out the enemy. Eliminate. Now, I don't think that he meant eliminate in the sense, I don't think he intended to kill John. I think that he for some reason, in his crazy fucking bullshit logic that was going on, his lack of rationality and the way that he was rationalizing things in his mind that night mixed with alcohol, I think that what he was thinking was, I'll emasculate him in front of her and show her who the real man is, because that's the only thing that he thinks in his mind that is going to work. That's the only thing that could work. That's all he has to bring to the table. He's a fighter. He's sitting, oh, come here. Let me grab your ass. Let me grab your ass, Brian Albert. You grab mine. Oh, don't grab mine so hard. I'm going to grab yours. That's what they're doing all fucking night because he wants to show off his fighting skills. Brian Higgins is a fighter, not a lover. So therefore, his tactic, his strategy that night, what he was trying to pull off in his mind and his crazy lack of ability to rationalize things properly, is that John O'Keefe is standing in the way of this powerful love between him and Karen Reed. And John O'Keefe is standing in the way of it. He doesn't know his place. So I'm going to teach him his place. And that's what happened. But I still stand by my theory. I think that this was instigated by Brian Albert. I think that Brian Albert was in his ear going, dude, you're sitting here talking all this shit all night, man. Are you going to fucking kick this guy's ass or not? This guy's in the way of you and your girl. Like, you're telling me she already texted you, right? She texted you. You didn't text her, right? She said you were hot. You guys have been texting for fucking how long? Then why the fuck are you not taking her home tonight? Sounds to me like the relationship's already over, homie. That's the kind of dude Brian Albert was that night, in my opinion. That's what I believe.
According to most of the reality shows my girlfriend makes me watch, that can cause people to be super triggered. And, you do that in front of the wrong person.
So is this the triggering event of the night?
See, that's what I think. I'm glad that they went there because I think it's the triggering event of the night, too. I think what really happened was this was a buildup between all the fucking grab-assing and between the grab-assing, the drinking, and the instigating that was taking place. Once Higgins saw that kiss on the forehead, he took it personal because there was obviously a pissing contest going on all night. John is being affectionate with Karen. He's doing it right in front of Higgy. Higgy's got nothing else but to act tough, so he's acting tough all night. John affectionate, Higgy aggressive. All night. This is the pissing contest. He brings what he's got. Higgy brings what he's got. John knows what the fuck Higgins was doing. Like, remember when you watch the waterfall video when they all first walk in, when John and Karen first walk in, John beelines. He goes out of his way. There's a straight entrance where Karen walks through, but John makes a detour and goes straight for Brian Higgins and gives him a hug and a handshake. That absolutely happened. John knew exactly what the fuck was going on between him and Karen, and he didn't give a fuck. in the sense that he just didn't, it wasn't something that was going to fuck with their relationship. They were dealing with bigger things. He's not threatened by Brian Higgins. He's threatened by whether or not, he's threatened by himself, and he knows it. He's threatened by himself on whether or not he can give his girl enough time while being a new parent to his niece and nephew. This is what John was struggling with. He wasn't struggling with, is my girl fucking somebody else? Am I going to lose my girl to somebody else? Am I going to lose my girl? Is what he's thinking. John seems like a man of accountability. Now, was he being kind of a dick? Sure. In that text thread that took place that whole day, yeah, John was being a dick. But when you look at the nature of the text threads, when you look at the content of that text thread, John was struggling with his own problems. John was worried that he wasn't going to be able to live up to what Karen needed. That's what he was worried about. Karen has her health issues. I love her. We have a great time. It's great to be with her again. I don't want to lose her. But I can't, I can't even compromise the well-being, emotional or otherwise, of my niece and nephew. They are my responsibility now. That's how I took that. I mean, I don't see how else you could.
Right? According to the defense,
Could be.
Absolutely
And
within
it's
the
a
realm of
good-
possibility.
It's a good testimony. It shows what could
People to be super triggered, and you do that in front of the wrong person.
Right. Okay. Yeah. I was trying to remember what they were talking about. So, yeah. So the kiss on the forehead, was it a triggering event? Absolutely. It was a buildup of a pissing contest between John, and a very passive aggressive pissing contest between John and Brian throughout the night as alcohol was being consumed. And then the triggering event was the kiss on the forehead. I believe that to be the case.
Is this the triggering event of the night, according to the defense?
Could be.
Absolutely
And
within
it's
the
a
realm of
good-
possibility.
It's a good testimony. It shows what could be, and then the jury can go back and contemplate it. Just leave it sit there, and then do it in the closing.
But wait, there's
Argue it.
more. Now, as they're leaving, take a look. We've put together like a Court TV edit of the video. On the left is Higgins and Albert and another Albert. On the right is John O'Keefe. And what you're seeing is the guys on the left motioning over to John O'Keefe, and you can see on the right his reaction to it all. It's coming up in just a moment. John O'Keefe, again, on the right-hand side, he'll have the ball cap on. And then the three guys over there pointing and gesturing. And the defense has made a big deal about this. So is this sort of the luring, the challenging? Is this the prelude to a fight? Is anyone reading it that way?
That's how I see it. You can see the posturing of it. It's almost, look at him now. It's very aggressive. It's almost kind of like you're challenging. It's like, come on, let's go. Meet me outside. That's how I read that.
I don't see that, but I mean, you asked an opinion, so I don't see that, but I see the point of them conveying it. They're trying to, this is the evidence the defense is putting on, and so they're trying to convey that for the jury to take back and
They're
contemplate.
putting together a narrative here,
Correct.
Josh, much more specific narrative than last time.
Absolutely, and that's because they really want to get.
Anybody can see that is of an aggressive nature. Anybody with eyes, anybody who's ever gone to school as a child knows that is Brian Higgins motioning towards John O'Keefe in an aggressive manner. Now, I realize he's going, yeah. But see, I mean, this person's going, oh, well, I could see how the defense could use it that way and so on and so forth. Well, no, I mean, I could see how it could be argued that it's not that, but I think she's got it twisted. It's obviously that he's being aggressive. I could see how the prosecution can go, well, that doesn't prove that he was being aggressive. But I mean, to me, it's obvious. Anybody with any experience with human interaction for at least 20 years will know that that is clearly someone motioning to somebody in an aggressive manner, trying to get them to go outside and fight them. Clearly, obviously.
Want to give the jury a hook to hang their hat on, and by pushing it right in their face, hey, here's an incident that could have easily and reasonably aroused the passions of others. We can't prove it, but it's certainly something to think about. Man, I drank in bars for years.
Why would the brawl not take place in the bar? Isn't that where you have brawls in bar rooms?
You respect the people that own the bar, and you don't disgrace their house. You go out into the back for that.
I don't
Someone
know if I
down the
agree with
street, or a party late.
No, but if there was anger already festering there, just having seen this kind of scene happen with either cases or
the interesting thing is about this panel is it's remarkably uninteresting in the sense as far as this subject goes, because they're not breaking down the video. All you have to do is take a second to break down the video. You see Chris Albert trying to stop it from happening, trying to calm Brian Higgins down, or at least tell him to stop doing what he's doing there. And you see Brian Albert coming in and defending Brian Higgins in that scenario. That's clearly what's happening. But they're sitting there trying to break down, well, why didn't they fight? And why didn't, dude, like, just point out, one of them is already making that point. One of them owns a pizza shop across the street. They don't want to fight to break out.
or in real life, whatever, the festeringness would be happening here, and it goes out and it keeps getting worse and worse and worse and grows and grows and grows. We don't see evidence of that.
So how much can...
Okay. Not by looking at that specific clip, lady, but when you watch all of the footage of the Waterfall Bar and Grill, you absolutely see evidence of that. It was building up and building up and building up and building up.
The defense extract from this, and obviously they don't have to prove anything, but like Erica said earlier, they've sort of set a bar up for themselves where you need to give them a reasonable...
No, he was not a selectman yet.
Alternative explanation for what could have happened here if it wasn't the woman driving the car with the broken tail light who said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, or did I hit him, did I hit him, did I hit him?
That's the problem with putting on the defense with all of these witnesses. Eric is absolutely right. They have now put themselves up. And I know we're talking about burden shifting, and I don't agree with, they're having a burden, but yet I kind of agree they have a burden. Does that make sense? I mean, they really have set themselves up.
But their burden isn't beyond a reasonable doubt. It's just a reasonable doubt, which is like, it's like this big.
You got to give us something. You got to give us something from what you promised us.
But this witness was very helpful. She did a lot of things. She set the stage for why there would be animus, and
it's motive, man.
Also kind of hinted at the fact that Karen may or may not really have been drinking a whole lot, and probably wasn't as drunk as the state probably is putting her off to be. So I think she was very, very helpful, and she helped
blood alcohol
set the stage.
I agree 100% with what Erica's saying, because it also sets them up for a future defense witness to confirm. And people got aroused or aggravated at that. People's passions started ramping up. All right, there's a lot more discussion.
Let's just score what the defense has done here today. 0 to 10, 10 being wow, 0 being nothing. Give me a number. Give me a number. We've got like 20.
I get a 6. Yeah,
6, 7, 8. It definitely was pro-defense. Defense walked away with more confidence.
I'll say it was 6 for the moment, but what was revealed today will turn out to make what they're going to point out later a 7 or an 8, 9, 10. What's going to be a 10 is Arca, but I mean, I get it. It wasn't a very. Yesterday was not that eventful when it came to the trial. You know what I mean? There was the lucky testifying and everything. Nothing happened in cross that was damaging or devastating. That created a lot of doubt for the prosecution. So it was devastating. It was a big deal, but it just wasn't like it wasn't like a bombshell kind of day, at least not to those of us who have been following this case for a long time. You know what I mean? Like, it was just a whole lot of like yeah, we knew that already. At least it's finally out. So there was a lot of that. So that's why it was just kind of like, okay.
Then
They
went
scored.
out.
They scored a couple
Those are all
points.
rookie scores. I'm going to say 7-2.
There you go.
7 points. Hey, Josh Schiffer, Meg Strickler, Erica Wilson, thank you so much. Let's see, coming up. Oh, we've got something else you need to know tonight, plus coming up next hour.
Tonight on Vinnie Politan Investigates, a deep dive into the evidence, testimony, and allegations from the Diddy sex trafficking trial.
Now let's check. All right. Just want to cue this up.
Front. Okay, so in terms of the light that strictly goes toward the front, you have marking lights, plow lights, and headlights, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall whether, when you did your circle check, you checked out whether those lights were all working?
Correct.
And were they working?
Yes.
When all of those lights are on, how bright is it in front of your truck?
Extremely bright, almost as if I had a spotlight.
And that's facing straight out?
Correct.
What about facing diagonally out?
Again, as far as the lights will illuminate. 6 feet.
Now,
right in front of you, right? How David made a point to do that. It's like, so it's not just right in front of you, right?
So this is the timestamp that Scott gave me for Turtle Boy's explanation for what Court TV pointed out there today.
Because that's what Matt McCabe and Tristan Morris and them all said. It's like, I was looking right ahead. I didn't look to the sides. So you look diagonally, right? It illuminates not just the road, but the shit off the road too, right? Diagonally. Yes. Cool. Thank you, Lucky.
In terms of you being situated in the vehicle, how high up is the driver's seat?
Driver's seat is an air ride seat, so it can adjust accordingly.
Or is it?
An air ride seat?
It is adjusted by ear, and it can go up or down depending on the driver's.
And how long did it take you to do the circle check, to put your snacks in the car and water, and to make sure the car or the truck is?
The people invading Canton City Hall, and we will occupy it, and we will
I think this is the timestamp. I could be wrong.
never stop protesting. You think it's uncomfortable now? Wait till we start showing up your little leagues. Like, things are about to get really, really uncomfortable, and that's not my fault. That's your thing. If you lay a finger on Lucky Laughlin, you are going to see. If you thought that Karen Reed courthouse spectacle was something, that was nothing, man. Do not touch Lucky Laughlin. You heard it here first. Hands off Lucky Laughlin. He is 100% protected. You will not do anything to him. And so I want to assure Lucky, if he's watching right now, they're not going to do anything to you, Lucky. They will do nothing to you because we have your back. And we're a million times more powerful than those cowards. Did you see what happened at the Canton Select Board meeting tonight? There is an army of your people in town actively revolting against authority right now, who are not putting up with this any longer, who are following every single aspect of this. We will not allow you to touch Lucky Laughlin. You don't have to worry. You're going to keep your job, Lucky.
See what I mean? Like, okay, before Aiden starts to explain this, I'm going to say that's what I've been seeing for like the last year and a half in regards to Lucky Laughlin. I haven't seen him. Like, I didn't see that one clip, and I could see how it could be construed that way. I'm going to be honest. I could see that. I haven't heard Aiden's explanation for it, but I could see it. But the problem with that is, as I explained earlier, the chances of Lucky even seeing that, this is bad. And let's look at this in terms of how a jury would see this. Let's look at this in terms of the facts and Brennan presenting his prosecution and crossing that witness. The thing is that he's using one little clip to try to convince this jury that this was, and he didn't even show the clip, which is really funny. He didn't even show the clip. Court TV showed the clip, but Brennan didn't even show the clip. Now, I could see it, but the thing is the chances that Lucky saw that one clip and felt so intimidated, I mean, ridiculous, especially when you weigh it against all of the other clips where Aiden is always talking about how great Lucky is and how much of a hero he is and how he's protected and how he's not going to let nothing happen to him with every bit of power that he has with his platform. He's going to protect him because he knows that Lucky's agenda is to simply sit up on that stand in that trial and tell the truth. Not Aiden's truth, not anybody's truth, but the simple truth, his truth. Lucky's truth, not even Karen's truth, Lucky's truth. Which was, I plowed, and that's what I did. You know what I'm saying? I've been doing it every fucking night for like 20 years, dude. So, what's up, Migrant Dots? Good to see you, homie. I've been doing this shit for like fucking 20 years, dude. And that's it. That's all Aiden has ever said is just like, you're not going to fuck it up for this guy. If anything, Aiden was afraid because this guy was such an important witness. And Brennan, being the jackass that he is, gave Turtle Boy publicly the credit for discovering this star witness who ended up being devastating to the prosecution's case because he created doubt. There's no reason. This guy had no reason to lie. He failed to show that. He tried, and it backfired. It was a hell of a risk. Now, the jury had to have seen that too. The jury had to have seen how desperate of a move that was. And then they're going to see, once this trial is over, how much it backfired. But it was desperate in the sense that it proved nothing. It proved absolutely nothing. He cross-examined this guy, and he tried to gaslight this guy, and he was basically picking on him. Because that's the other thing that I noticed. I was like, I could see how somebody who is an idiot and an ignorant asshole might think that Lucky's slow, but he's not slow. This is a guy, a man of habit, a man of routine. This is a man who knows what he's talking about. And he doesn't talk about things unless he knows what he's talking about. That is what I see when I see Lucky Loughran. He was very careful in the way that he delivered his answers. Why? Because he wasn't stupid, and he could see that Brendan was trying to make him out to be a certain way. And it was important to Lucky to let the jury know, like, yo, no, I remember. I've been doing this shit 20 years, dude. I remember. Nope, I didn't follow protocol that night because I knew the Alberts. I opted to go around the Ford Edge because I assumed it belonged to one of the Alberts. Like, you're going to remember something like that. That's going to stick out in your mind. Anybody on that jury is going to have the common sense to know that. So Brennan, in his desperation, brings up Turtle Boy and says, were you threatened? And did you feel threatened? And did you feel as though you were pressured in any way to testify? And dude, like, everybody, that shit came out of left field, and everybody, he thought it was going to be a bombshell. And I mean, the vibe in the courtroom, as you could see it, at least that's what I got, was he's sitting there talking about this guy who's in the fucking room and he won't even name him. Like, if you expect this jury to believe what you're saying, why wouldn't you name the person? A certain blogger by the name of Aiden Carney. I mean, at least, do you see Aiden Carney in the room? He was sitting right fucking there. Now, the funny thing is I'm pretty sure there's at least, I'd say, just a guess, I'd say at least 2 jurors who know who Turtle Boy is and see him sitting in the fucking press box. and saw and thought that that was weird. I mean, yeah, he was wearing a goddamn red fucking shirt. He was sticking out like a sore thumb, literally like a sore thumb, because he was fucking wearing a red shirt. Dude. Yeah, for sure, microdots, for sure. I guarantee you, at least 2 jurors were like, why the fuck, if the dude is sitting right fucking there, why the fuck is he not even naming him? That's weird. Like, he's trying to get us to believe that he was threatened. Why not name the guy who threatened him? Like, isn't he accusing him of a fucking crime right now? Technically? Why not just go, dude, the guy right there? Oh, really? You can't do that? That's interesting. Okay. But let's hear. Okay. So, like I said, that footage that Brennan didn't even fucking play for the jury could be construed as damning. Could be. But the thing is, oh no, it won't work. Right. Yeah. It's not going to work. Like, he's in the press box, dude. He's in there along with everybody else. But like, yeah, like, could it be considered damning? I could see that had he played it and had there been a bunch more like it. But no, neither one happened. So it's just stupid. The chances that Lucky even saw that shit, and he even testified to it. He was like, threatened? No. He didn't even know what Brennan was talking about. Why? Because Lucky doesn't sit around fucking going, who's talking about me? What did Turtle Boy say? Let me watch Turtle Boy, pick it apart minute by minute to find out if Turtle Boy's talking about me. He didn't do that. He doesn't give a fuck what anybody's saying about him. He prefer people don't talk about him, honestly. But that's got nothing to do with his testimony. Absolutely nothing to do with his testimony and why he testified.
It's just amazing that it would be up to you and Turtle Riders to protect him and not say the U.S. attorney. It's amazing that you even have to say that.
Yeah. After this, where they were discussing, and I think he was worrying about, like, what are they talking about? Still emboldened by man. She now, when she shows up to court, she looks confident to Norwood like a rat. They are forming private Facebook groups, and I got a blog coming on this led by a total of 93 members in it. It's called the McCabe Albert Crisilio, and multiple used to run Canton, and now I run Canton. I'm the mayor of Canton. So you don't have to, like, I'm the most powerful person in Canton, Lucky. You don't have to worry about them anymore. The big bad wolf is dead. I slayed them. They're nothing. They're hiding in groups, and they're pissing their pants every single day, counting down the days of their freedom. Like, Jennifer McCabe is like, every day she's a free woman, she's grateful for, because she knows that she's going to spend a significant amount of time in federal prison, and it's going to be glorious when that happens. So you don't have to worry. Like, what they're doing to you, Lucky, is violating your First Amendment rights and obstructing justice.
We're so optimistic back then.
He's not so sure about that now. I'm still pretty optimistic.
It's funny looking those, but you heard me there. I'm like, does that sound like somebody who's threatening Lucky Lochran? No, that's somebody who's telling a very scared man that you don't have to be scared, dude. And I think it worked. Like, he felt unsafe telling the truth. And then I let him know, bro, don't worry about, you don't have to feel unsafe anymore. Like, the big bad, you just stand up to the bullies. That's all I'm telling Lucky. That's not a threat. Telling somebody not to be scared, telling someone we have your back, that's not threatening. Hank made this sound so nefarious today. He's such a little bitch. And I know you're watching this show, Spanky. Like, I don't got receipts, motherfucker.
Before I'm gonna play through Aiden's rant, I promise, because I want to hear it myself. But like, let's talk about how, I mean, I don't see how any of that could be construed as threatening at all whatsoever. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. Like, the only people that feel threatened by Turtle Boy, and that's the thing, is they don't even feel threatened by himself. They feel threatened by him finding out shit about them and making it public. That's what they feel threatened about. They don't feel threatened by him physically. They feel threatened that they're going to do some dirty shit and it's going to get found out. And they've been doing dirty shit and it's been getting found out. Like, there was no good to come from Brennan bringing Turtle Boy into that cross-examination. There was no good to come from it. How do we know this? A, because he refused to even name him by name. That tells you that he already knew that there was no good to come from it. B, it shows how much of a problem the Norfolk County DA's office finds Turtle Boy to be. These are things that we need to keep in mind. Because I worry about Turtle Boy's safety. I do. I worry about it. I consider the guy a friend at this point, and I worry about his safety. Now, I would never, ever, ever imply that he should ever shut up or slow down or back off or behave. I would never fucking do that. But I worry about him because they're trying to beat him with the law. They're trying to weaponize the law. And when that fails to work, what else will they have? So I get worried about that. So, and that should tell you, because I don't see Turtle Boy as being dangerous. I see him being dangerous in the sense, in the way that he advertises himself as being dangerous. Absolutely. If you're doing some dirty ratchet shit, as he would put it, if you're doing dirty ratchet shit, he's going to find out about it and he's going to expose it and he's going to show receipts. But if you're not doing dirty ratchet shit, you're going to see Turtle Boy as somebody who's doing good things. You know what I mean? And so far, everybody that I've seen that has a problem with Turtle Boy has engaged in dirty ratchet shit. Everybody that he's written about, at least in the last year and a half that I've been reading him. I mean, yeah, like, but I worry about him, you know? But it's a weird position for somebody like me to be in, because, maybe Microdots can relate himself. I don't know, but it's a weird position. I can only speak for myself. It's a weird position for me to be in because I believe in what he's doing so much. It's so important. Like, without this aspect, like without the Turtle Boy aspect of the fighting of corruption in Norfolk County, there would be hardly no yards gained in this game, and unfortunately, it requires him to be abrasive. It requires him to be controversial. It requires him to be provocative. If he's not these things, he's not getting the attention needed. His job is to gather attention. His job is to make people aware and spread word. That's what he does. He has committed himself to exposing corruption in Massachusetts. And if he's a fisherman, he just hooked a big fish. And he's not going to let go of it. He's going to fight it. He's going to pull and tug and reel, and he's going to do that, but it requires him to be aggressive. Facts, Microdots. I agree with you. I agree with you. It requires him to be aggressive. So I worry about him, because there's no doing what he's doing halfway. There's no you know, letting your foot off the gas and you know, effectively doing what you're doing when you're dealing with these circumstances. And, you know, sometimes it seems detrimental to his own case. Sometimes it even seems detrimental to Karen Reed's case. But at the end of the day, let's just talk about Karen Reed's case and how it's affected. I mean, at the end of the day, look where we are. We are days away from what I can't imagine being anything other than an acquittal. I just can't imagine it. We're days away from it. And the interesting thing about that is a lot of that has to do with Karen Reed's support. And they know that. Karen Reed knows that. Her family knows it. Her defense team knows it. And Turtle Boy and his antics draw attention. They draw attention. Sometimes negative, but attention nevertheless. Makes people go, what is going on? He's talking about Karen Reed. This guy who's doing what he's doing, what's he talking about? He's talking about Karen Reed. Okay, so what's going on with this Karen Reed thing? And then eyes are on Karen Reed. I mean, think about it. And there can only be Aiden being Turtle Boy. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what you got to keep in mind when you start thinking like, oh, well, thank you so much, 10 toes down. That's what you got to keep in mind when you start thinking, oh man, Aiden, I worry about you. Back off, man. Chill the fuck out. Stop. You know? That's what you got to worry about. Like, I mean, these are the things that you got to think of, because think about it. Like, I couldn't be Turtle Boy. I couldn't go around, like, it wouldn't produce the same results. If I went around and investigated and came up with the same results as far as investigations go, I wouldn't get the same results as far as drawing attention that Aiden gets. Brian LTL wouldn't. Nurse Kim wouldn't. You know what I'm saying? Only Aiden can do what Aiden is doing. But it's crazy because he's got this pressure on him because now he's in it. And if he lets off the gas now it's his choice to do so. And if he did so, I would absolutely respect him for it, because he's already done 60 days in jail. He's already done as much as I'm sitting here telling everybody what he's done. All of these things have been done. So if he were to let up off the gas and he were to say, you know what, I'm going to move on to something else. I've done what I did, what I came to do. I would absolutely respect him for it. But in order for him to effectively move forward and continue with what he's doing now with this case, there is no letting off the gas. There is no cooling off of the persona that is Turtle Boy. There's no turning that down, turning the volume down on that, because it's not going to get anything done. Like, this is the thick of it. And this is why he needs our support more than ever. Because when Karen Reed's case is over next week, Turtle Boys is still going to be on. And you better believe that I'm going to be right at the front lines of that shit as far as my platform. You better believe that shit. Because I think that what this dude is, the way that he's handling this is, you know, he's got to remain entertaining. But I guarantee you, this is a man with feelings. I guarantee you that he's like, dude, this fucking sucks. You'd imagine just being a guy who used to be a teacher, and now all of a sudden, because you were relentless in pursuing the truth, you are afraid of your freedom being taken away from you at any given time under trumped up bullshit charges. That at any given time, somebody, a man with a gun, can decide that you're going to jail. Think about that. We sit here and we take our rights for granted. We sit here and go, no, they got nothing to charge me with. I didn't do anything. I was conscious in the way that I conducted myself so that I didn't cross any lines and break laws. Did I dance on them a little bit? Okay, but I didn't break them, and I was careful about not breaking any laws. And yet, here I am in jail for the next fucking 60 days. And now I could go back to jail at any given fucking time. As long as men with guns decide that they want me in jail, they can do it. Now, they've tried. They've tried. Just in the last month, they've tried a couple of times. But it didn't happen. Why? Because at least there's some people in Norfolk County who are honest. And can you imagine having to trust that? Having to put all your faith in that? God, I hope I get an honest judge. Fuck. I got court tomorrow. I hope I get an honest judge. Can you imagine having to think? I can't even fucking say that out loud like it's real, dude. Never gone to court wondering that. I've always gone to court going, all right, well, I'm going to do what I got to do, and I'm going to hope for the best. But this shows people. This shows Hank Brennan's desperation. Well, not Hank Brennan's, but Michael Morrissey's desperation to get Turtle Boy locked up. And the way that we show appreciation to Aiden Carney for having gone to jail for 60 days and still fighting and doing what he's doing, the way to do that is to continue to ask the question, why does Michael Morrissey have such a hard-on for Aiden Turtle Boy Carney? Why? That's the question we all owe Turtle Boy. We all owe him to be asking that question. Otherwise, what he's been doing is for shit. It's for nothing. So, when this case is over, when Karen Reed is acquitted of this crime, and she is released from this fucking sham, the question is still going to remain. Why does Michael Morrissey have such a hard-on for Turtle Boy? Why did Michael Morrissey have such a hard-on for Karen Reed? Because you have to remember why she was prosecuted in the first place. Why this is going on. Why they are continuing to prosecute this. Why? Because they want that question to be stopped. They don't want it asked anymore. Prosecuting Karen Reed is an attempt to get people to stop asking what the fuck is going on in the Norfolk County DA's office. So once Karen Reed is acquitted and we stop asking that question, Michael Morrissey got what he wanted. He won. Karen Reed's free, right on, but he won. He beat Turtle Boy. If that happens, you guys gonna let Michael Morrissey beat Turtle Boy? I'm not. I'm not about to just sit there and let that happen. I mean, I can't do anything single-handedly, but I'm there. I'm right here. What's up, LaFerio? Nan, it's good to see you. So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. The fight's not over once Karen Reed is acquitted.
Fucker. And it would be so funny if some jurors were watching this shit too. Anyway, back to this.
Had you ever heard from former Trooper Michael Proctor or anybody from this investigation from the state police or Canton police?
No.
They never talked to him.
At some point, did you hear from the state police?
Yes.
That was after you'd already talked to the defense and to these other law enforcement officers who were not state police or Canton police?
Yes.
Second up and down pass, and then the third time you came.
Very strong.
I have no
All
further
right.
questions.
All right.
For today, you've
All right,
talked
so
about
here
this
we
case
go.
many times.
Here we go. So here now, because I'm like, how is Hank going to handle this? This is bad testimony. He's probably going to talk like Lally did a basic one. Lally was like, okay, your vision's bad. You don't remember what time should happen. You fucked this up, blah, blah, blah. Oh, no. I was not expecting this from Spanky.
Yes.
You've interviewed with different law enforcement people as well as civilians and attorneys, haven't you?
Correct.
I have not been one of them.
No, you have not.
Is it fair to say that when you've recounted that night as far as times and what you saw, many times your memory has changed? Is that fair to say?
Wow. It is not.
You spoke to a private investigator on behalf of the defense shortly after that night?
Yes.
Was that the first time?
Yeah, see, Brennan kept serving Lucky fireballs, and Lucky was like, bah, get that shit out of my fucking house, dude.
That you spoke to somebody about what you had seen or not seen?
Yes.
That is the first time?
Yes.
Inevitably, over time, you have given statements to at least 4 different people, correct?
Correct.
And you've testified in court under oath?
Correct.
When he said that, when he said 4 different people, that's when I knew he was going to talk about me. Because the 4 different people are the private investigator, the FBI, me, and then the state police in that order. That's how I knew he was going to talk about me when he said 4.
During the pendency from that night until today, it's fair to say there are many times where you have been intimidated, isn't it?
No.
You've been threatened?
Nope.
You were aware, sir, that you were being threatened by an online blogger?
I was not.
You're saying, as you sit here today, you have no awareness in the history of this case that you were being threatened by an online blogger?
I was not threatened by an online blogger.
Was the online blogger threatening or saying that he would expose you and tell personal things about you if you weren't helpful?
He was not threatening.
Let's remove the word threatening. Was the person communicating and making clear to you that if you didn't testify?
So let me be very clear here. The videos the trolls are sharing are from June of 2023. This is before I ever spoke with him and interviewed him. This is when, in my opinion, Lucky was intentionally concealing the truth, right? And then I realized that he's only concealing the truth because he's scared. Okay. So to me, concealing the truth in a murder investigation is a huge deal. You know, Kelly Deaver is concealing the truth. These people are, who the fuck does that? You know, who conceals the truth like this? You got to tell the truth. Like, you got to say what happened. You got to say that there was no body if there was no body there. You got to tell the truth, you know? So, and this is when I tweeted out, you know, well, this is awkward. Things start as soon as he said a blogger, like everybody looks at me like,
right.
That's me. But I never threatened this moment.
I wonder how many jurors looked at him. I don't even want him to say, but I wonder how many jurors looked right at him.
And I remember just shaking my head like, no, I didn't threaten anyone. This guy talking. No, Hank's making shit up. I never threatened Lucky. I said bad things about him. Like you might see some videos where I'm saying bad things about Lucky Loughran. Those are from June. The timing is important. Those are from June of 2023, where it appeared as if Lucky was intentionally not coming forward, was intentionally concealing the truth. Okay. That's what it appeared to be in June of 2023. Now, I don't threaten him or anything like that. But I think in one of the clips, I say that Brian Albert's going to find out what you did. And what was that? Brian Albert's going to find out that eventually Brian Albert's going to find out that you spoke with the FBI, that you spoke with the private investigator, that you've told the truth. Like, this is coming out either way. So if your worry is that Brian Albert is going to hurt you, you don't have to worry about that anymore. I neutered Brian Albert. He can't, the big bad wolf doesn't run this town anymore. That's what I was saying. And it's like, if I write about this, which I'm going to either way, Brian Albert's going to find out no matter what, that you talked about this. And so if that's what your worry is, they're going to find out either way.
So you might as well tell the truth, right? That was what I was saying. So you might hear some clips about that, of me saying that. Maybe even said, I might have even said, do the right thing, which is what Michael Cox told Kelly Deaver.
Right.
And it
I was
wasn't witness
just gonna make
intimidation.
that
I don't
point.
fucking know.
I was just gonna make that point. I had a brain fart earlier and I forgot. But yeah, like how are you gonna call that witness intimidation or threatening when I guess it's okay for the chief of police to tell you to, do the right thing, and then all of a sudden your statement to the FBI changes and then your fucking salary doubles. Really? Okay.
The most important point here is that whatever I said about Brian Lucky Loughran in June of 2023 didn't bother him. That's what he testified. None of this bothered him. He didn't consider any of this witness intimidation. You know why? Because he's not a bitch. Because Lucky Loughran is a man.
Right.
He ain't no bitch.
He ain't no bitch.
He doesn't tell grand juries that he's scared of Turtle Boy, because that's embarrassing.
It is
to say
fucking
something
embarrassing.
like that as a man.
This is a great point that he's making right here. I stand by every single time that I've called anybody who has whined about Turtle Boy being intimidating a fucking bitch. Like, seriously, like, man the fuck up. Are you fucking kidding, dude? Man the fuck up. Like, seriously, you had to fucking think that it's just simple, dude. You had to fucking think that when you were telling all those goddamn lies, that somebody was going to be coming around that was going to be pushing for you to tell the truth and face you with your lies. You had to know that. You're not intimidated by him. You're intimidated by what he's going to expose about you. Not what he's going to make up, because he brings receipts, but what he's going to expose. I swear to God, man. Dude, that was the bitchest fucking move I've ever seen, dude, by a grown fucking man. I'm talking about Chris Albert. That's the bitchest fucking move I've ever seen by a grown man. Fucking calling every fucking bitch move I've seen. The biggest bitch moves I've seen happen have been from Chris Albert. Like, first off, he calls Mello to try to get those protesters across the fucking street to get them arrested and charged. The Canton Nine. And these are things that are just coming to mind off the top of my head. Then, of course, there's the T-Rex arms incident. Right? Like, are you kidding, dude? A fucking security camera? A security camera that fucking common sense would dictate that any fucking honest person wouldn't have audio on it, recording people as they're walking by or standing out there waiting for their fucking food. But a bitch move, nevertheless, because you fucking somehow felt intimidated by somebody talking into a camera that nobody even fucking knew had audio, and somebody with T-Rex arms doing this shit behind them, dude. Are you fucking kidding? There's no fucking way that you're ever going to convince me that there's some justification for Chris Albert feeling intimidated by that. And especially not Colin Albert either. Colin Albert, who fucking felt intimidated by it, who's fucking putting out videos talking about pull up, bitch. Pull up, bitch. Trying to call out a whole goddamn hockey team. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Like, don't sit there. Like, either you're a fucking tough guy or you're a pussy, dude. One or the other. You know what I mean? Pick one. Either you're a fucking tough guy or you're a fucking little twat. You're a labia. The softest part of a fucking pussy. Not even a whole pussy. Just the softest part of one. Like, you got to pick one. You know? Like, either you're tough as nails and you're the fucking big bad fucking people of Canton, or you're fucking pussies who fucking whine and bitch and try to get people arrested for talking into a goddamn security camera, dude. Get real. Seriously. Like, Like, even if I fucking believed you, even if I fucking believed that you fucking assholes had nothing to do with John O'Keefe's death, even if I fucking believed that, I'd still be like, Jesus Christ, man, not a good look, bro. That is the fucking pussiest shit I've ever seen in my life. Like, I'd still be like, oh man, Jesus, dude. I mean, all right. I mean, I'll back you up, but god damn, dude. Like, how do you look in the mirror? You know what I mean? Like, are you wearing panties? What is going on?
Testify in a certain way, there would be some consequence to you. Anytime from when you first spoke to the private investigator until today, were there communications made to you by an online blogger that there would be consequence for you if you didn't testify in a way that was acceptable to them?
No.
You listened to reports, did you, to podcasts that were about you?
I did not.
People told you about them.
Yes, they did.
When friends told you about them, you knew who that person was that was making those claims, correct?
Correct.
You were well aware the person had a very strong and large social media presence.
I didn't.
Dude, what do you mean? How wide is his chode? You could see it. It's sitting on his fucking shoulders.
Know how large or what his.
How much did that hurt, Spanky? Yeah, I do have a large social media presence. I got 12,255 people watching right now. Make sure you smash that subscribe button, baby. Oh, how much did that pain you, Spanky? Keyword large, Spanky. Isn't that right? Large and powerful, right? Large and powerful. Something you'll never be, ever.
Presence were, but yes, I knew he had a blog.
Well, you know now because you follow that blogger now, don't you?
I do follow him, yes.
You pay for a subscription?
I do not.
You get one for free?
I did not.
And follow.
Did you get one for free? No, he's not in Turtle Club. And I didn't give him one. Nor would I. Now, I saw Brian Luckin. I saw him yesterday in the hallway. And I said, hey, Lucky, how you doing? Shook his hand. And I made sure no other communications. Today, I said nothing to him. I wanted to go up to Lucky Loughran after his testimony and said, you did great, man. I wanted to say that, but I didn't because I don't want to fuck around with any sort of collusion shit here. I don't talk to Brian Loughran. We don't hang out on the weekends, right? We don't talk on the phone except for the time when I interviewed him. Our relationship has been professional in that capacity. And I'm not giving him a free Turtle Club membership because that could be viewed as a gift to a witness. And I'm not doing that. And that's the way I want to keep it. Okay. Nor should anyone. A lot of people are like, you know, you should get him a gift. No, you shouldn't. You shouldn't get him anything.
Yeah.
Witnesses should not be given gifts or
Right.
money.
Yeah. Don't do that. Yeah. I noticed a lot of comments. Like people were saying that about Barrows too. Like in some of my posts on X about Barrows, like, oh, I wish I could buy him something. Wish I could get him something. And I'm just thinking like, oh, no. No, you don't want to give this prosecution anything. They're going to use anything they can get, dude. Like anything. You know what I mean? Like that's how desperate Spanky is. Like again, people ask like, do you think Spanky watches The Glare? Like absolutely. He'd be an idiot not to. He would be an absolute idiot not to. If in meaning in the sense that like he's already a fucking idiot because he's prosecuting this case and he has nothing, right? But if he's looking for anything, if he's so desperate to find anything that he could use and twist, he's scouring every YouTube channel talking about the Karen Reed case. And he's definitely scouring the channel that had Karen Reed on twice. The only channel, by the way. Sorry, I had to do that. But scouring every channel that he can to find something that he can use and twist. It would be naive to think that he's not. Now, any legit prosecutor who has a case wouldn't even bother with YouTubers or online presences or anything of that nature. They wouldn't even fucking bother. But the fact that he's scraping the bottom of the Turtle Boy barrel for anything that he can use is very telling that he has nothing. He doesn't have a case against Karen Reed.
Money or anything for their testimony. because we don't want any accusations of shit like that. Even though your intentions are good doing that, you know, we keep it professional around here. We don't want any accusations from these people. No gifts. It's an ethics thing. So there's that.
Ethics thing. Now, I know, but like that happens to me all the time. Like I'll have 10 words going through my head at the same time, and then like but that'll happen when I'm trying to say one, and then he just said ethics.
When that blogger, you know full well the power that person has to
The
get
power.
attention from the community to harass. Correct?
To harass?
Yes.
And so during the pendency of this case, not only were you aware that you were being pressured to testify a certain way, you also need to be consequences. Is that true? I'm going to allow that. The premise of that question is not accurate.
So Hank's theory is that everything he just said about not seeing a body on there, he made it up because he's scared of Turtle Boy. That's the premise that Spanky is going with.
So he can answer it.
You knew there was pressure for you to testify a certain way in this case, didn't you?
I did not know I was being required to testify a certain way.
Now, here's an interesting thing too. Fun fact: the Commonwealth is in possession of Turtle Boy's tech. I mean, don't you think? I mean, if they're looking for anything that pertains to witness intimidation, don't you think they would have found something that would show that he intimidated Lucky Loughran? I mean, they still haven't given him his tech back. You know what I mean? They're still searching it. So don't you think that if there was anything incriminating in regards to intimidating or threatening Lucky Loughran from Aiden Carney, that they would have found it in his seized tech, that they have that they're allowed to search for anything that's in regards to witness intimidation? That's what he's being charged with, right? Wouldn't that fall under that category? This is the case in question, is it not?
I was also at the time dealing with the loss of my wife.
Ooh.
I was not paying any attention to any social media.
Sorry for your loss, but you are aware.
Sorry for your loss, but no, this was the moment Hank
That's
lost the
it.
jury.
That's it. I said the same thing. I said the same thing right there. Hank Brennan lost the jury. That's it. Over. Done.
This guy talks about I was dealing with the loss of my wife. That's it. Sorry for your loss, but now who's bullying?
Right.
Spanky?
Exactly.
You couldn't even be like, oh, I'm really sorry for your loss.
I guarantee you that there was a number of jurors. I guarantee you there's a number of jurors that at least wanted to react like, you know, as soon as he said sorry for your loss, but what? Really? That's how you say that? That's how you address that? He wasn't paying attention to any social. Sorry for your loss, but what? Any juror with a heart who's ever lost somebody, he lost them. That's it. Done.
Wait, pause. Maybe a pause in there, something like that. He's like, I don't give a fuck about your wife. Sorry
Right.
for your loss, but I'm trying
Right.
to lynch a woman over here, an innocent woman, and I need your help. You got to
Right.
say the Turtle Boy pressured you. You got to say you were threatened, right? You were bullied and intimidated by Turtle Boy into doing this, and this motherfucker held the line.
Facts. All right. So all right. I'm going to go ahead and open the phone lines, y'all. If anybody wants to call in, they can call in. Take one or two calls, you know. At least as long as I got this energy drink. once this is done, calling it a night. Dead wife, give us fucking McDonough. Yeah, some channel had him on. A lot of subscribers, not very many views. Yeah, it's interesting. I don't think that the defense is going to call Higgins, Proctor, none of them. Oh shit, lost them. You're on. Who am I speaking with? Denisha or Benisha with a B as in boy, right? I had it right. I had it right the first time. Okay, Denisha. You might want to turn me down in your background there. Okay. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. There's no audio on the call. Oh, okay. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. All right. I'm gonna have to cut this call short. I'm gonna have to reboot this whole thing. All right. I'm sorry. All right. All right. You can try to call again now. Whoever wants to try to call in, call it now. You'll be able to hear the caller now. Technical difficulties.
Call from.
You're on. Who am I speaking with?
Hey, Will, this is Mark.
What's up, Mark? How are we doing?
Good, buddy. Hope the knee is doing better, man.
It's getting there. It's not getting better fast enough, but it's getting there. Yeah, it's
Yeah, I understand. You know, it's a different shoe, brother.
yeah, it's definitely a different shoe. Absolutely.
Shadows don't do that.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, Mark, I will have satisfaction by the end of this trial when it comes to this shoe business.
Yep, I hear you, man. Now, I wanted to call in before, but and have to tell you my theory, but I really don't think I should put it on the air. So,
okay,
I don't want to give them anything.
Okay, right on.
All right. I just wanted to call and tell you this different shoe, brother.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Mark.
All right, man.
All right, my man. Have a good one.
You too. Bye.
Call from Dina.
Dina.
Dulera, hello, my favorite.
What's up, Dina? How we doing?
Why are you not on a plane to come back here yet? We
'Cause-
know this is ending soon.
Oh God. Yeah. I don't think I'm gonna make it back until the celebration, whenever that happens. And
Well,
that all depends on when that happens. Because if it's anytime real soon,
oh, how's the knee, my dear?
painful. and not healing fast enough.
Oh no. Well, let me tell you, the spirit down on boots on the ground on those front lines in that buffer zone, it's beautiful. More people are showing up. The world is realizing what we've all seen for a long time. And I couldn't be prouder of the people in Massachusetts like Sergeant Barrows, like
Yeah.
Lucky Laughlin, like Katrina. I mean, it's just amazing. And Dr. Russell, and I'm off of work tomorrow. I'm heading back down there, and I can't wait to see who testifies next. I think it's going to be over next week.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know who else they're going to call besides the ARCA guys, but
I don't neither, but I'm just hoping they testify, and then all of a sudden, the duck boats roll in, and they're arresting all the Alberts and McCabe's, and they're all going down, and we'll find out what really happened to Officer John O'Keefe.
hopefully that happens. I still have faith.
I do too, because we all know this all ties in with Sandra Birchmore too, and that's why they've been putting her, stuff off. I hope you really cover that, Clara.
Yeah, no, I will. And again, there's a standout on at the Norfolk
June
County
12th.
DA's June 12th, 2 to 4 p.m. in front of the Norfolk
Yes,
County DA's office.
Yes, Mizzy and Jen Root and them all put that together. I'm going to be speaking at it too. I was invited to it, and of course I'll be there. And we're all stronger together here. We still need everybody, and including you, Will. You're part of our family now, Will. You ain't going nowhere, my friend.
Oh yeah, I know. I love you guys very, very much.
You're stuck with us forever, Will.
I hope so. I mean, I don't know, man. My numbers have been kind of going down, man. Like, I feel like I lost some of my Boston people. I don't know what I did, but I'm just grateful for the ones we still got.
I was sort of bummed one on Tuesday when I was down there, and we had to watch not that I don't like Melanie Little. I love Melanie, but we usually stream you on Scott McGinnis's thing, and it was like, where's the Galera?
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, it's just logistically, with the knee, I got to keep it elevated and keep it iced as much as I can. And so I figured just do shorter streams, recaps the end of the day, and just hope for the best with that. That's all.
Well, never forget, Will. You've been down there with us on the front lines all last year too during the trial. I mean, we had you playing on the back of Erica's truck, and people listening in, and we're not going anywhere. We love you, Will. You've been with us since day one, and you're still going to stay with us, and we're going to stay with you.
Well, I appreciate that. Yeah. No, I'm very, very grateful. Seriously. I believe in this, and I believe in you guys. I always have, and that's not going to change. That hasn't changed in any way, shape, or form. I'm here.
Well, when this started and we gained you on our side, you became our brother, and you're going to stay that way.
I feel that way. Yeah, I definitely feel that way. You guys have been great with me, man. I've never, this has been the best experience of my life. I hate the circumstances, but this has been the most important thing that I've ever been a part of. And I'm really grateful to have played the role that I got to play in it.
Oh, definitely. And beautiful things came out of this tragedy. People came together. The friendships were born in this, and it helped a lot of people. Some people were scared to come out and be around the public like that, but they came out anyways. And we showed the world, this whole entire movement, everybody in this showed the world that you can protest without burning a car down.
Right. Yeah. That's so important. That's probably my favorite thing about this entire movement is that you guys have set an example for what protesting should be. You set a standard for it in a world where unacceptable behavior has become justified and almost standard when it comes to protesting.
Absolutely.
And this is something that we should all be fighting for. And you guys are doing it, and you're doing it the right way. And the most inspiring thing that I've gotten out of this is folks like you and Scott McGinnis and everybody who's always out there, Erica Walsh, everybody who's always out there, you know. So
And this movement, it not only, you know, we gained you as a brother, but I already told you in my life, you inspired me. Because of you, I changed part of my life and got a lot healthier in life. And I can never, ever repay you for that. I'll always have love for you, Clara.
well, there's nothing to repay me for, man. You just found that in yourself. You put in the work, you know, everything was you, you know.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Well, without you showing me the way, I wouldn't have done it. So I'm grateful to you.
Oh man, I
really
mean,
am.
it's just you know, like it just boils down to taking some accountability for yourself and then being like, all right, this is what I got to do, and then to finding the self-discipline to do it. How bad do you want it? You did it. You know, it's amazing.
Yep.
It's dope.
Yep.
That was all you. It had nothing to do with me. That was all you.
You had a role, my friend. But anyways, I'll let some other people call in, but I just feel like, you know, we're coming to the end, and I really wish you could be here with us when we all hold each other's hand out there and watch Karen be free and hopefully get justice for Officer John O'Keefe. But I wish you were here, but you're going to be here in spirit. Even if I have to put your picture in a frame like John O'Keefe's old girlfriend from kindergarten, I might have to just put your picture in a frame and walk around with it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still gonna cover days of the trial. I just don't know which ones, and you know, it's you know, when I feel up to it, I'll do it. If not, then you know, I'll just cover the. Either way, you're gonna get a recap from me. You know, so
Excellent. Anyways, all my love, Clara. Stay safe. I hope your knee gets better, and everybody. We got Karen's to free, and amongst other things, we got to free and get justice for. So, peace out, my friend.
all right, Dina. Thank you. We love you.
Hey, we love you too, Will. Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
We love Dina. All right. I'll take another call. Yeah, man. Jimmy's show in the morning, like the pregame show that he's got going on, man, is fucking killing it, dude. It's so good because Clubber wakes me up so early in the morning. I don't really go and chat too much, but I'm listening quite a bit. And oh, they hung up. Yeah, man, Clubber wakes me up because he's got to go outside real early, and then I'll catch Jimmy's show. And then fall back asleep. But it's great.
Call from
Cheryl.
You're on. Who am I speaking with?
Hey, Will. It's Cheryl Rose. How are you?
Hi, Shell Rose. I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing very well. Listen, I just wanted to call. I know I've sent in a few chats, but I wanted to show my appreciation for your coverage of the trial, but more importantly, your expression for the challenges that you've faced with, you know, your own mental health issues and what it takes for you to become grounded. I think it's an amazing point to, you know, show that awareness, and I appreciate that. That's just, it shows your genuine personality for sure.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, man. Like I'm struggling right now just because you could probably just sense the energy, but it's just like I'm not able to exercise. I think this the whole inconvenience of being hurt right now is starting to get to me. So I've got to figure something out. I got to occupy my mind somehow, or else, you know. But yeah, it's definitely getting to me.
I totally get it. And I think that if there's any one thing that I would love for you to pull out of this is knowing that you have so much support behind you, you know, during this difficult time. I know, you know, from my own personal experiences that, we resort to certain
Well,
things.
I
whether
don't want to
it's
make it out to
loud
be
or-
like this big deal. It's just, it's like you brought it up and I was like, yeah, it's, sometimes it's a struggle. And right now, because I can't exercise, it's a bit of a struggle, but
Oh yeah, no, I get it. I'm not
like any
saying it's
other
like-
time, I'll get through it. It'll be fine. It's not some tragedy. I'll be okay.
Oh no, I don't see it that way. Please don't take it that way. I just I get it. We all have our own releases, and I know working out for you is so important. So you've got a community behind you, and hopefully we can substitute that little workout range, and you can get some of that stuff out with us. But most importantly, we appreciate you. We're here to support you as well, and appreciate your support for our community. I am a member of that whole Massachusetts nonsense. So I appreciate you and just wanted to say thank you.
Oh, thank you. No, I appreciate you for watching and listening and supporting. You guys are the best, man. This is this is the best community I've ever been a part of. I'm really grateful for it. I'm really grateful for it. Like it's bittersweet,
Yeah.
I wish that acquittal was coming in 5 minutes, you know what I mean? But I'm also at the same time, I'm like, man, like this camaraderie.
When it does, where does the community go? I know.
Yeah,
I'm thinking the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah. So
But,
that's a bummer that I'm trying not to let, occupy my brain, you know what I mean? But I mean, there's still
Right.
turtle boys to free as well. So,
100%.
still Santa
100%.
Birchmore to get justice for. There's still Enrique Delgado Garcia to scream from the rooftops about. So there's a lot to do in Norfolk County. So as long as you guys will have me, I'll be around.
Oh, absolutely. You're definitely part of our fam. Excited to have you. And I just wanted to thank you for, your willingness to investigate, research, and talk about what's going on, because I think your influence in your platform has been substantially beneficial to all of this that's going on. So I appreciate you.
That means a
And
lot.
Thank you. And I know. Thank you, Will. I'm going to let another caller come in, but I just wanted to, break through and say thank you for sure.
Don't cry now. Jeez.
Not crying, but I have to clear my throat.
I'm just messing with you. No, man, thank you so much. Like you guys are the same. I get the same from you guys. So if not more, I don't even know how to describe it, but I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, I get it. Totally get it. Looking forward to hopefully seeing you at a celebratory benefit the next time.
I hope so too. I hope so too.
Yeah,
All right.
I think there will be many of them to come. So
Probably.
take care. Thank you so much, Will.
Right on. We'll see ya. Thank you.
All right, bye.
Bye.
Call from
John.
You're on. Who am I speaking with?
This is John.
What's up, John?
Yeah, it's pretty good. Will, I've been watching this for the past couple of years. The first trial, this trial, I see all the ins and outs of the things that are messed up in it, And there's a big thing they miss on the dog bites. There are the bottom teeth showing in the lower elbow.
Yeah. No, I've
And
always
you don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't notice them because somebody jumped in to try and pull the dog off.
Right.
I've seen it plenty
And
of
they
times.
they don't show that picture a lot. They don't show that picture of the other side of the elbow. That's actually the picture that convinced me that that's a dog attack.
And the car reenactment with the idiot who bought the outfit, the Lexus and everything. Come on, man.
Right.
I mean, how controlled was his situation compared to what they claim?
Not a reconstruction expert that's at least trying to get to the truth. That's for sure.
I mean, have you ever seen somebody hit by a car?
No, thank goodness. But
unfortunately, I have a friend I saw 3 times get hit by a car.
Jesus Christ.
It doesn't happen that way.
Does he need a pedestrian's license or?
No, unfortunately, he went over to the Middle East, joined the army, went over to the Middle East, and drove over an IED, and now he's got some serious injuries. He's okay though. I mean, he's just got a few injuries and now he's disabled.
But oh man, that's terrible to hear. I feel bad now, but because I much respect for him, his sacrifice for with his service. I'm very grateful to him for that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but this case is messed up.
Yeah,
It's all over the place. I mean, everything. I mean, this what's his lawyer's name? Who's used to be Whitey's lawyer?
Brennan.
This guy's dirty. This guy plays dirty pool. He seems like he might be blowing the case. Then he comes back with something else. It seems like, where is he going? He plays dirty pool like that.
Yeah,
I've seen
I
cases
feel like
with him before.
I feel like he's a better lawyer than he's letting on too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Like I feel like because I see some of his strategies and I'm like, holy shit, this dude's not to be fucked with. But then he'll throw a fucking grenade in his own case on cross-examination of the defense's witnesses. It's weird. I'm like, well,
But that's like done on purpose.
And that's what I mean. It's
He
like,
does that on purpose.
oh, why? What's the purpose of that?
It messes with the juror's head.
Well,
That's
right,
what it's doing.
but that's not good for the prosecution because if you're trying to create a situation, if you're trying to prove a case beyond a reasonable doubt, and you're the one creating doubt, then how the fuck does that help you? You know what I mean?
Yeah, true. But I don't know how he does it, but it just ain't the first case he's done like this. This isn't. You go back and look at his trial record and look at all over. He does stuff like this all the time. I mean, Alan and all them, they're friggin' awesome.
Yeah.
But this guy likes to play dirty, tricky, and underhanded.
Yeah, he's definitely a dirty player for sure, man. Most definitely. John, I appreciate you. I'm going to take the next call, all right?
Yeah, go for it.
All right, have a good one, buddy.
Nice talking to you.
You too.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Call from.
You're on. Who am I speaking with?
Good evening, Blair. It's Anna from Boston. How are you?
I'm good, Anna from Boston. How are you?
Good. Just want to say thank you for your continuous coverage on this case and also with the Turtle Boy. And I know it's not going to be the end of it, and we will see more of the Claire for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm gonna probably talk about other cases as well, but yeah, definitely.
Right, definitely. Massachusetts is definitely a second home. So don't forget about us, the peons.
Oh no, you guys are definitely not peons. You guys are heroes, man. You guys are heroes.
So I relate with you when it comes to and I know we're already at the end of it with the trial and things like that, but like with the shoe difference, and I don't know how much of light it was shed on the free cross with Dr. Sportibello when she was asked by Alessi what information did she gather from the hospital. She said when they brought John to the examiner's office, she got information from the hospital that he was went to a house party and there was an altercation where a fight broke out, and then of course it was an objection and then strike.
Okay.
Who's gonna shed light to that? I know it's already to the end of it, but and then
that's something that would probably come up in closing arguments. I mean, if they're going to discuss it, it'll be brought up in closing arguments, I'm sure.
Who you think will provide that information to the hospital when they brought him over that morning?
I mean, yeah, but I mean, it's
EMT, cops,
right. But I mean, again, there's just so much shit in this case that they have to kind of prioritize and pick and choose. Like what you're saying is important,
but
she
clearly stated she's like, I got information from the hospital that he was at a house party.
Sure, but I mean, the jury still heard it, so that's already there. You know what I mean? So what they're going to end up doing is probably going over it in closing arguments if they need to, but they probably won't even need to.
Yeah, that makes sense. And then also the I know we didn't see much view of that one with the video on Waterfall outside when Jen is in the middle of the road and she's talking to John, and it was right after she was trying to have Karen go with her and she was like standing on the road, like out in the middle of the road, like, okay, who's coming with me? It was like around 12, 11 a.m. outside.
Okay.
It was just weird. Like everybody had left, but she was
Yeah,
still, like, outside
everything
and
about that
outside.
waterfall footage is weird, man. For sure, for sure, for sure. Everything about that waterfall footage is weird. It's bad.
Definitely.
Yeah. All right, Anna, thank you for calling. I appreciate you.
Have a good one.
All right, you too. All right, I'll take one more, and then we'll call it a night.
Call from
Piney.
You're on. Who am I speaking with?
This is Piney Woods.
What's up, Piney Woods? Long time. How you been?
I'm good. I kept trying. I wanted to call and get through and ask about your knee and how it's healing up.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the knee, it's painful, but like it's just an inconvenience right now, and it's getting on my fucking nerves. That's the whole issue with the knee. It's just
Yeah, I've blown my knee a
I'm
few
sick of
times.
it.
It's
Yeah,
not good.
I'm just fucking sick of it, is what it is. Like I'm not it's not anything unbearable, you know. It's just like I want to get back to my regular routine. I'm getting annoyed that I can't, and that's all it is right now.
Oh, okay. And I also wanted to tell you that I've gone from going back to work part-time to going back to work full-time.
Oh, right on. Okay. Right on. That's great.
Because I've got enough law left in me, I think, for a few more years.
I love it. I love it. So those of you who don't know, Piney Woods was retired. She's a retired attorney, and then she decided to go back part-time, and now she's back full-time. She's out of
I can't
retirement.
stay away.
She's officially out of retirement.
Yes, sir. Well, starting August 1st, I'm going to take a few trips, but starting August 1st.
Right.
Right now I'm just doing contract work, so.
Okay. Right on. Yeah, just to keep you busy. I get it.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Good. Yeah, absolutely.
I have to tell you, I know we haven't spoken for the second trial, but I do say that I have crossed over with Bev. I don't even want to call her a judge because I remember I was saying it's hard to believe she's corrupt or it's hard to believe. But honey, that judge is making decisions, and flippantly, in my estimation, just that are horrific and not grounded in any basis of law. Just she's worse this time than last time, in my opinion.
Well, yeah, because you're dealing with Brennan, who's playing dirty. It doesn't seem as nefarious when you're dealing with Lally, who just seems incompetent. But when you're dealing with Bev, or when you're dealing with Brennan, and he's clearly being dirty, and she's doing the same shit with Brennan that she was doing with Lally, it seems more nefarious now. You know what I mean?
It does. He's a sneaky snake. But
He is a sneaky snake.
I don't think he can win this. And in the off chance he does win this, it's only because of Bev and her rulings. She is his last best hope, and she's playing the role.
Right.
And
She is.
I can no longer look and say, oh, maybe it's just incompetence or bias that wasn't disclosed. I mean, I think she's in on whatever's going on.
I mean, it certainly seems like that. It's hard to say without any evidence, but it certainly seems like she's exhibiting the behavior of somebody who would be. That's for fucking sure.
Yeah, it is hard to say. And like I say, I mean, I wouldn't definitively say that, but she's worse this time than last. And I really feel like some of her decisions on the motions in limine and then denying the reconsideration motion for Easter. And have you seen the most recent motions? Hank is asking that he not have to show defendants the new reports that I guess Welch, I don't know who's going to do them, but he's saying I don't have to show them that because they hid blah, blah, blah from us with ARCA, that thing he keeps harping on.
Yeah. It's
like, oh my God, hello, kettle, this is pot. You're black.
right. It's crazy. Yeah. And he threw in the importance of a detailed report to Sergeant Barrows when nobody fucking wrote a complete report or signed witness statements or took pictures or fucking recorded anything during the entire Karen Reed investigation. None of the investigators did this. Didn't log chain of custody of evidence.
Like the next day or the same day too.
Yeah, like
not 4 years later.
Right, and because it
3
says
years later.
because he didn't put into the detail that he testified to in the report that somehow his testimony isn't credible. Get the fuck out of my face with that.
He was good.
Yeah, he was great. The jury saw right through that shit.
Good.
Yeah, the jury saw right through that shit. I guarantee it.
I mean, both of them made some sort of technical mistakes, but I don't think the jury caught that. And they were both so credible. I mean, just gave off credibility.
Agreed.
And I thought that was good. And I love the beautiful lady yesterday who at least put some care and respect to Karen. All they've been hearing is that XYZ and, text voice messages and blah, blah, blah. And she's like, I like her. I wanted to talk to her, so I stayed. And I thought that was relatable and I thought it was really good.
She was a very subtly strong witness for the defense. Very strong witness for the defense, but very subtle in that sense.
And as far as somebody wrote on Twitter, since when is a pharmacist able to tell the intoxication level of somebody else? And I said, I don't know, but a sober person sure can. And she's like, apparently the only sober person there.
Yeah, she was drinking water. She was like, she seemed fine to me. They were talking for like an hour. You know what I mean? Like,
exactly.
She's like, yeah, she seemed fine to me.
About the kids and getting into school and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
I mean, it was so incredibly relatable.
Yeah, dude. When you talk to a sloppy drunk, bro, you could tell. They're like, And then John, she would have went into all the shit about John. She would have been like, John and the kids, and I don't know what to do. And that. She didn't do none of that. She was just like, everything's great.
No, I think she's definitely got her stuff together. I mean, she just appears to be somebody who's under an amazing amount of stress right now, but she still maintains that.
For sure.
I'm holding it together, and I really respect that about her. And
I agree.
I'm praying and I'm yelling and my hair's on fire during the day when I'm having to listen to Hank. But I think it's going a little bit better. I'm surprised about not calling Higgins or Proctor. I'm hoping they change their mind on that. There's a lot on the table. There's a lot of good stuff for the defense that they're leaving on the table, not calling them.
Yeah,
they know much better than I do.
Right.
Much better than I do. I mean,
I see what they're doing, and I think it's pretty effective. Although would I like to see Higgins in the hot seat? Would I like to see Proctor in the hot seat? Sure, but I don't think that it's going to hurt their case to not call them up. I think I think they're doing a good job of painting enough doubt to the jury and using a third-party culprit effectively to do it. I think they are, because they're not there to charge Higgins with anything. They're there to make the jury think this is the guy who had more motive to do it than Karen Reed did. And this is the guy who exhibited more behavior that it is indicative to it. So,
and why didn't the Commonwealth call the lead investigator? And why didn't the Commonwealth call Higgins, who,
exactly.
I get all that. And as I say, those guys are much better than I am at this, but I would love to see them on the stand.
We would all love to see them on the stand. We all would love to see that.
Playing a video game, and you're like, finish them.
Just for sure. Right.
That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, we all are. But the reality of the situation is that Karen Reed's freedom takes priority, and there's a strategy that is involved in ensuring that, and I think that I trust
Absolutely.
the defense's strategy in ensuring that right now.
Oh, I completely trust them. I'm just disappointed that we don't get to see them again.
I get it. Yeah, I get it. All right, Piney
But
Woods.
you have a wonderful evening. Take some time, finish taking calls, go take a rest.
All right. Thank you so much, Piney Woods. I appreciate you. We love you.
All right. Bye-bye. Love you too. Bye.
All right, folks. That's going to be it. Guys, I really appreciate everybody hanging out, man. Guys are great. Make sure to hit the like if you haven't already. Make sure to subscribe if you're not subscribed already. Make sure to hit the notification bell to make sure that you know when I go live. And I want to send out a real big thank you to Larry, the DUI guy, for joining me earlier today. Early on in the stream, I didn't know how long. I didn't expect to do a 4.5 hour stream. But Larry hung out with me for an hour, and that was great. And took me shopping with him. I had a good time. And yeah, we were just winging it. We didn't know what we were going to talk about. It was kind of obvious. But I'm sure I'm going to have him on again soon. And maybe I'll reach out to a couple other people and temporarily lift my no guests thing. I've got something in the works for next week that I think you guys are going to like a lot. Hopefully this person comes through and is excited about it as I would be to have them on. So hopefully, but I don't want to name any names and get everybody's hopes up, but you guys would absolutely love to have this guest here. I promise you that. But anyways, guys, thank you guys for all the support. I got a Venmo from Sandy. Thank you so much for the Venmo. I appreciate it. Guys, all the support. You guys are amazing. I'm going to wrap this up. I love you guys very much. And we will do this again very soon, my friends.